What's going on, guys? It's me, Zimzilla, and I am here joined by the marvelous Henry Tastic, Henry, the host of It Came From a Monster Movie podcast.
Yep, that's me. I, host a podcast that apparently now has over 10,000 downloads in its history. So that's wild.
Exactly. So, if you haven't, I provided an extensive, a thick list of places that you can follow Henry, and not just the podcast, but also his work that we'll be talking about on this episode of Zimzilla Discourse. That is the H Universe. The first entry is on the podcast. You can find that on podcasts with Apple, Spotify, etc. And we will have something very special towards the end of the episode here. But
yeah, we'll have a fun little discussion for things.
Henry, please.
Yes, bud.
Tell me about yourself and everyone else here who may not have heard of you. But I'm super small, so if they've heard of me, then they've probably heard of you.
Well, we'll see what happens. So I'm 29. I'm in my last year of before 30, which is mind-boggling. I am weird. I'm like a mutt of cultures. I was born in Texas. I grew up in South Carolina. I went to school in Florida, and I've been on every continent but Antarctica. And I did that before I was 22, I think.
So you're looking at a very well-traveled and well-cultured individual here.
You would be very surprised how far I Like Dinosaurs goes, and also very supportive parents.
And since you mentioned that, actually, just for a little bit of story time, do go into that, because as a fellow lover of the terrible reptiles, and I think everyone else would love to know kind of how far a love of dinosaurs can let people go.
Well, when I was a kid, how my interest in dinosaurs actually comes from an origin many don't realize, but my first love were elephants, and they are still my favorite animal of all time to this day. Kind of like my favorite film is 12 Angry Men, but my favorite genre is monster movies. My favorite animal in the whole wide world is the elephant, but my favorite species of animals are dinosaurs. And when I was a kid, I loved elephants. I loved elephants so much that I imprinted on elephants. And that's a whole story for my child psychiatrist. But what was really interesting was I got a book about elephants, and I saw prehistoric elephants, woolly mammoths, Moratherium, my favorite prehistoric elephant, the Gomphotherium, because of its shovel tusks. But learning about prehistoric elephants, I learned about dinosaurs, and ever since then, it's my passion. Like everything I've done in life is, from dating to life choices to friends to, when people ask me if I didn't see Mean Girls until the end of college, and everybody's like, well, why didn't you see it? And I was like, does it have a dinosaur in it? It's just one of those things where people, it's just what I love. They're fascinating animals in the first place. And the more we've been learning about them, the more it's like a great example of why I think they're just amazing and why people should like dinosaurs more is because we don't know anything about them at all. And a great example of how to explain that concept is from a KXCD comic that I love, which is if you had two time travelers from the future come back in time and say, I want to see a spider. And you're like, all right, why? And they're like, well, we've seen fossils of spiders and we want to see a spider in real life. And then you show them a spider, and the first thing they're probably going to ask is, what's with the web? What's with the white stuff? Because that wouldn't fossilize.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I could tell you every single dinosaur, every single prehistoric animal off the top of my head. And if we're just doing the Mesozoic era, that is still only 10% of the total biomass that was on the planet.
Yeah.
And what's even wilder is if you go to the Permian extinction, there are species of animals we probably will never know existed, because everything on life today is the surviving 5% of life that survived the Permian extinction, because that wiped out like 95% of all life on the planet.
Oh, here it is. Actually, have you since we're mentioning dinosaurs, have you seen this book before?
I love that book. I listened to it on my road trip around the states when I came back from Korea.
Oh, you got it as an audiobook?
Yep, because I
Oh,
was on the road for months. I was living out of my Prius for 3 months. So I listened to that because I found out that I was still subscribed to Audible and I had a free credit. And that book, The Rise of the Dinosaurs, is an amazing book. Which reminds me, I really got to get that paleontologist on my show somehow.
yeah, because isn't he's doing he's the new consultant for Jurassic World Dominion, isn't he?
I believe so, yes.
I was like,
yeah, it's very interesting stuff. This what we're going to go with Dominion.
Yeah, because I remember it was somewhat touched on in the book, but also in a video I saw where it's like even old specimens that we haven't examined in years, when they were re-examined, we found out there are completely different species of animal that look similar due to like convergent evolution and all that. And it's definitely fascinating that, like, despite how much we may know about even certain species of animals, like behavior doesn't fossilize, skin
Oh
to
no,
memory does not fossilize. There is still a lot we can find out about dinosaurs.
oh, and just not dinosaurs, just all of life. Because like, my buddy Jeff Good, who is the marine biologist, the squid guy, who comes on my podcast. He's one of my favorite guests. He's a good friend of mine. He and I used to dig up prehistoric mammals in Florida during college and all that jazz. He's like he is wicked smart. Like, this guy, I love him on the show because like his first episode, we did The Creature from Below, which was about a squid. And he was like, Henry, squids are not like that. But I'm like, but what if? Because there are no permanents in nature. And because of that, I've like corrupted his science just a little bit, which is delightful. But it's funny because now he's like having so much more fun. And what's even more fun is like right now, Movie Spree, which is the streaming service that Mill Creek Entertainment is in charge of. I am in the process of testing out a cross-promotional thing with them. And we have an upcoming... they gave me Neo Ultra Q early before its physical release.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was wondering about that because I kept seeing people with Neo Ultra Q copies. I'm like, wait, did it come out already?
Yeah. So the physical copies came out on the 11th this month, but it was given digitally. And it was really funny because everybody was like, how did you get Movie Spree to send you Ultra Q for free? And I'm like, I sent them a tweet saying, I like your stuff. If you want me to review it, I'll do it. And one of the people sent me an email and was like, hey, we're interested. Your show looks cool. So we have an upcoming 4-part mini series discussing the 12 episodes. And I've got like he's my experimental constant in that series. But we've got people like, I got Kyle Yount on it from Kaiju Cast for one part. I just got really random people because Neo Ultra Q is so obscure of a concept, but we've been having some real good time with it. And we're going to be doing our fourth and final episode to give our grade because it's a TV show. So it's a little bit of a different format than our usual work. But if all goes well, I'll probably be doing more stuff with Movie Spree, which will be awesome. Because they're like, guys, like, sorry, I'm going to be quite a business person. Like, go subscribe to Movie Spree. Because if you subscribe to Movie Spree, they give you a promo code for 100 free movies. They just give you 100 free movies right off the bat. And they're all from all different genres. Like, it's really cool. It's a really cool stuff. Also, Jeff, I think, started subscribing because he found out it's one of the few streaming platforms that has the complete series of Street Sharks.
Yeah, every time I open up the app, I'm like, oh, hey, Street Sharks. I haven't seen that in years.
It's awesome. I mean, they're like, I'm still kind of surprised. It's really surprising when people are like, how did you get these people on your show? And I'm like, I just asked them. Like,
we live in an age where, despite we're very interconnected, people always like, oh, I don't want to bother them. I don't want to look too pushy. There's always that kind of feeling that I think people have when it comes to promoting themselves or even just kind of looking into things that they're like, oh, I don't want to intrude it. People can be very passive in that regard.
Well, I mean, people are going to freak out and like during Halloween this year because our Halloween series finale is the Monster Squad.
Mm-hmm.
And originally I was trying to get Jason Marsden on that episode because I met him at a con. And he was interested, and I messaged him. I was like, "Hey, you know, I know you were on Hocus Pocus, but would you want to be on the Monster Squad? Because I think that would be really funny." And he was like, "Henry, I don't feel comfortable reviewing the Monster Squad. What if I just got Andre for you instead?" And I was like, "Andre Gower, like the main character of the Monster Squad?" And he's like, "Yeah." And then I got Andre Gower on the episode, and it's a great episode having Andre Gower talk about the Monster Squad and do the format. He approved of our grade, so like it's an approved next week we're doing Sharknado, much against my own feelings, but my friend did me a super solid this summer. She's amazing. She has a podcast coming out called Tights, which is a superhero audio drama comedy. My friend Greta is just a whiz writer and a brilliant comedian. And she's just great. And she did me a huge solid this summer. And I was like, I can't really pay you back, but what if I gave you an episode for the podcast? She said yes. And she was like, I could pick any movie. And I'm like, any movie. She was like, Sharknado. And I was just like, damn it.
Hey,
the one monster movie I didn't want to do ever.
We all know Sharknado is a cinematic masterpiece.
Well, luckily for me, she has a friend who was actually who worked on Sharknado, so he's going to be on it. So at least I can maybe we can hear some fun backstories about what it was like to work on the first production of that god awful travesty of a film. And I'm gonna just hate if that passes as a movie. I'm gonna be so upset if it passes.
I love the fact that I remember when all the new Sharknadoes were coming out one by one. It was a tradition to make sure we watched the marathons before the new one came out. It's just come on. Henry's lost all respect for
me. But you're a young pup. You don't remember when Sci-Fi Channel was like the Sci-Fi Channel. Like I grew up.
No, trust me, you're looking at someone who was young enough where he could see the Sci-Fi Channel when it was the Sci-Fi Channel at the twilight hours.
Before it was Swiffy or whatever.
Yeah, before it was Swiffy. And they used to still have Godzilla movies on the channel.
First time I saw GMK was on Sci-Fi Channel.
Really?
Yep.
I saw so many of the Showa films on the Sci-Fi Channel. I remember it was a marathon. It went Hedorah, Gigan, Mechagodzilla, Terror Mechagodzilla.
The old school Sci-Fi Channel. I mean, some of those movies, like my favorite Sci-Fi Channel original movie to this day, and I have a physical copy of it, and it's like the most treasured monster movie I own, is Dino Croc.
Oh my goodness!
The original
physical copy of
the original Dino Croc is actually I sit here nostalgically saying it's a very solid monster movie, but that was my favorite. That and another movie that is on Amazon Prime, called Dragon Fighter. Are you familiar with that sci-fi monster movie?
Where is it? I know I have it. I'm gonna look for it now. There it is. Found it.
And there he goes, folks. Yes. Good lad. That movie is brilliant.
Hey, I remember I was watching it a few days ago, and I remember I saw it once. I was like, it's okay. But
it's a good movie.
Yeah, it's really nostalgic for me.
It's Sci-Fi Channel original schlock, but it's still it's a good time.
It's a very good time indeed.
And I'm so happy I have a digital copy of Sabretooth. The thing is, so what's always funny, and it's been mentioned on the show, but I'll mention it here. It came from a monster movie is literally my old Saturday nights as a kid, or my Friday nights, because monster movies were all I watched, really.
I'm looking right now, and like I moved out so much stuff because I was like cleaning out my DVDs. One row is just American monster movies. The next row is the Godzilla movies. The following row is the Toho kaiju movies plus some animated Godzilla stuff. And then below that is like my Ultraman stuff. Like all the stuff for movies and stuff is all monster movies now in my room.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just such a huge fan of the genre because, like, as I was trying to get off with Jeff, I like that I've corrupted Jeff because now he's like sitting in my realm of being like, what if though? Like, what if nature does pull a strange card out of nowhere? Because it could at any moment, and we just don't even know. Like, we found out while we were doing our Ultra Q series, there's a great episode called The Iron Shell. And Jeff actually found out that there is a species of clam that lives in thermal vents at the bottom of the ocean, and its shell is made of metal.
Yeah. I remember I was going to be working on a Godzilla series one time, and I was like, I want to have some new kaiju. And one of the kaiju I made was based off of that specific animal.
It's just really funny because this podcast, one, made me a weird kid. Two, the foundations of it, because like Zach and I, my editor Zach, we've been friends since the sixth grade, and like we've gone through some shit. I hope I can curse, but like,
no, don't worry.
That is the best way to describe it. Like, he and I have gone through some stuff together, and it's only made us better friends. He's like the one person in the whole wide world that I can like 100% rely on if I need it. And he's just brilliant. But he and I have been doing this for years, where I just would play a monster movie on a Saturday and we just talk about it and have a good time. And then in college, like, all my guests who are my college friends are like, Henry, this is what you used to do in the dorm, where you would buy food and make us all feel welcome. And then bam, it's Godzilla Final Wars. Like, why are we doing this? And I'm like, because they're fun. Because they're fun. They're like bad jokes. Everybody loves to hate on a bad joke. Everybody loves to hate on a monster movie, but not all monster movies deserve that hate. And some monster movies definitely deserve that hate. It's like, you know, when I introduced Jurassic Park to a friend who had never seen it, and it was a bunch of us who had seen it, and I felt bad because we kind of ruined the experience for her, because we realized, oh yeah, this is a B movie. Like, it's good acting, but it is a B movie. And it's why I gave it an A- on our show, because, like, one, the book's better, and it's why Lost World Jurassic Park is my favorite of the Jurassic Park series. And then I will be awful and say, like, I really like World, because I think
get
World
off my stream. Get off my. I'm just kidding.
World and Fallen Kingdom are more aligned with what Michael Crichton was going for the books than any of the other previous entries, to be honest.
I would say more than 3, maybe not to the same degree as Lost World, because that's more or less a direct adaptation, aside from like things here and there, especially towards the end.
I mean, it's all interesting stuff. I'm also very curious that they're retconning everything, so the first two, the Lost World and 3, are now in the canon. I don't know.
Well, they kind of always were, if you did a little bit of gymnastics around certain things.
Well, they were. I think they were debating about it, but then I just think that, you know, like all great movie studios, they have to listen to their audience, which I'm like, that's a double-edged sword, because if you listen to your audience too much, you get Rise of the Skywalker, because you made a Star Wars movie. You made a Star Wars movie, Disney. You made a Star Wars movie. Not like, oh, Star Wars. No, you made a Star Wars film, because I had to sit in that movie theater with my brother who loves Star Wars. My family grew up on Star Wars. It was one thing we all loved. But he's like, what's going on? None of this happened in Last Jedi. And I'm like, okay, so this is a lot of comic and lore stuff. Palpatine's like, part 1, Palpatine's a clone. Like, I don't want to explain Palpatine's a clone plot line. I barely I don't.
This is someone who, like, I've not been a huge fan of the Disney stuff. I liked Rogue One, though. Rogue One was really good, and Mandalorian's been very good. And I knew to myself, I'm like, as much as I think Disney could want to try to make something good with Rise of Skywalker,
Hold on.
There was no way. Oh, no problem. There was no way they could have done something that could have pleased anyone at the end of that trilogy. And before you say something, I remember so many people told me, they're like, I like Disney. It was really bad in Legends when they brought back Palpatine. And I'm just like, and then when Rise of Skywalker, I heard the laugh. I'm like,
Yeah, no, I was disappointed. Well, for me personally, like, I mean, I'm a huge fan of Clone Wars and Rebels. Like, I will definitely tell people they're wonderful. Like, the first 2 seasons of Clone Wars is still aimed for kids, but after that, it's like probably one of the. If you want to, if you can't get past the animation, I understand it, but like, they're honestly some of the best storytelling on television. Like, I love Rebels. Rebels is probably one of my favorite shows, especially because Tom Baker is pretty much one of my favorite Star Wars. Actually, my favorite Star Wars character of all time.
Do you prefer Rebels or Clone Wars? Actually, I'm curious.
I
don't get to talk about Star Wars on this channel, so
I think I prefer Rebels, actually. Just because I liked it, because it was fun to see that time period between Rogue One, like between 3 and 4.
The dark times, yeah.
Yeah. And I also like the fact that, one of my favorite things about it, which I thought was great storytelling, was they're like, oh yeah, kids would still be born with the Force during the Empire. So what was happening to those kids? And they explained it. They did a good job of actually like filling in a lot of the holes that were missing in those movies. So like in the movie lore, and I like that it was open-ended, and like a lot of the stuff from apparently some of that stuff in Rebels is going to go into the Mandalorian. So I'm really stoked. Like, I'm a sucker for stories, man. Like, it's why story is part of the grading scale of the show. You got to have a good story. Like,
did you see the end of the Mandalorian, by the way?
Like, yes. So I'm Oh yeah, no, I am super confused and excited because because the last time we saw that plot device, it was not in that character's possession.
Yeah, it was in someone else's.
I'm super excited. I'm super excited to see what happens.
Not to spoil it for anyone in the chat, but oh my goodness, you have no idea.
Picard shows up.
Nerd out if I get to see our main character use that thing. That's all I gotta say. I want to see him use it.
It's great when Picard shows up at the end of Mandalorian. It's my favorite part. It's my favorite captain. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, to be honest, I'm sitting here like, I don't know if the dinging of my Facebook is going off, but it's just people telling me that, like, Henry, I'm so proud of you that your 10,000 downloads with it came from a monster movie. Because, like, the other pop monster podcasts are good. Like, I love Kaiju Apostle. I love Monsters versus Men, Kaiju Groupie. I respect Kaiju Weekly and the others, for sure. But the thing is, one of the reasons why I've been a lot more vocal on Twitter about current state of the fandom is because it technically affects my business when people announce racist or anti-queer or sexist jargon. Because what a lot of people don't realize, especially like in our group of friends, which I understand, because like we all sit here being like, oh, we love this, we love monster movies, and we get it, but my show is actually aimed for people who are not fans of the genre. It is supposed to be a bridge of being like, this is a good monster movie. You'll enjoy it. This is not a good monster movie, but you might still enjoy it. It's why I get all the different takes. And like, I'm going to just say right now, when we have a Shin Godzilla episode done for Godzilla Remembrance, it will come out on Godzilla's birthday. It's a very good episode. A lot of Godzilla fans are going to not be happy with the grade. Ooh. But it is completely justified, and I was so happy about it, to be honest, because I never thought of it like that. Because one of the biggest thing most Godzilla fans got to remember, most people don't realize that Godzilla is a political statement. Even some fans don't realize that, like, 54's skin design is based off Hiroshima victims. Like,
I
It's
will
all
say,
sorts of stuff.
yeah, yeah, no, it's definitely true that they're like, even aside from the political aspect of it, I think that the best monsters are the ones that have more deeper aspects to them than just being monsters.
For sure.
And
And I mean, and we explore that on my show with monster concept and
mhm,
stuff. But it's one of those things where you got to remember that, like, not everybody's going to know. Like, you got to go for what I call the Jurassic Park effect. Now, granted, yes, I did just say we gave it an A minus, but here's the thing about Jurassic Park, and this is something that I try and do with my own writing. Everyone likes Jurassic Park. Not everybody likes Jurassic Park because of the dinosaurs. There are people like that film for a menagerie of reasons. So when I do my own writing and story creation, especially with the H universes, I don't actually aim anything for my easy target audience because that's easy. I could just make up a Godzilla mock-up and then just be done with that. And like, in fact, Apex, originally when I was a kid, when I first came up with the idea, it was a Godzilla fan fiction idea I had, based off actually a piece of Matt Frank's work that he did, which was also how I learned about the Honda quote of the tragedy of monsters.
was that the Godzilla Neo project that he was working on, or was it a different piece from him?
No, it was a piece before he did Neo. It was like a little comic, but it was like a
Oh,
shooting star that like woke Godzilla up, and it was Honda's quote. And so like as a kid, when I started writing this, I had 20 inches of hair. I was awkward, gangly, had a lisp, couldn't talk, still on my ADD meds. Um, Very hard to socialize because I was a very awkward child. People tell me I don't stop talking, and that's because I didn't really talk till I was like 5. Um, Sentences were amazing at 7. And I didn't realize how bad it was until I actually found my old school journals from when I still lived in Texas before I went to the whole reason why we moved to South Carolina was to make sure that I got the help that I needed because I was given a very interesting set of cards in my life. Like I said, I imprinted on elephants, so I was a happy kid. I'm very, very lucky and thankful to have the parents I have because if I didn't, I don't think I don't think we would be here, to be
mm,
completely honest. I don't think I would have ever moved past anything because like I didn't realize that my homework help classes were actually special ed classes.
mhm.
But the thing that I had issue with, and it's one of the things about why I like monsters, is like why I love monsters so much is as a kid, like I said, I was starting DeviantArt, I was drawing Godzilla, I was learning, basic illustrations. I wish I had some of them on me right now, but I think they're just like deep in my archives. But I was having a hard time in middle school trying to figure out everything, like socializing, crushes, all my feelings. And I got inspired by Final Wars and this comic page Matt did about because like in the comic it's like energy falls from the sky and awakens Godzilla. So I came up with this thing called Kaiju Wars. And Kaiju Wars was the idea that like on like a cruise ship with all these different people has a horrible accident, and for some reason, taking an element from GMK, for some reason, all the people who died on that boat, their souls erupted and awoke monsters around the world. And like my soul went into Godzilla's, and like some other friends went into different monsters, and like we became the monsters. We became the classic Godzilla characters, and I start redesigning them, and like my timeline was interesting because like I love Anguirus, but I actually had Baragon as the second monster that Godzilla fought, and like they become allies, and like Rodan and Gigan have a rivalry, and like Mothra eventually shows up, and like Kumonga, and like it was a very interesting thing because I was just going through the whole Toho library and pretty much matching friends to Godzilla monsters. And then one day in ninth grade, we were all at the beach, me and my like 8 friends, they became an archetype for me in a sense. And they we were just goofing around on the beach, and like we were just wrestling in the water and stuff, and like we were like, Godzilla and da 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 da, because I corrupted them by then. But I kind of sat there being like, at the end of the day, we're not those monsters at all. And so I scrubbed Kaiju Wars, and I began a project called Titan Wars, which I decided, because I was really struggling in school. I couldn't understand socializing as well as others. So I turned everybody into monsters so I could understand it better. That's how I actually got over my first heartbreak, my first crush issue. Like, I just turned everyone into monsters, and then it actually helped me from a perspective, because good and evil is a human concept. In my opinion, it's a completely human concept. As Eddie Izzard once said, you don't see an evil giraffe. You do not see a giraffe roaming the savannah, eating all the leaves to kill the other giraffes. It's a human concept. So it started to affect how I viewed my monsters. And I was like, and this is where like elements of like Gamera 3 come in, because I really like the idea of Gamera as an anti-hero. And I actually went on the Monsters vs. Men podcast saying like I actually relate to Gamera more than I would consider relating to Godzilla, because I'm like, for me as a kid, Gamera was what I kind of thought I was in high school, where I was just this big monster that wanted to help people, but because I was so big and giant, sometimes I didn't realize I hurt people. And it's but like kids loved me because I was a babysitter. So it all like clickety clacked, and it's actually why Tyrannus has tusks, because it's my homage to Gamera. But yeah, so Titan Wars became this thing, and I turned like everybody I knew in school into monsters. Like I said, before the show, my first draft of Titan Wars had at least 200 monsters. I had a binder like this big.
Because I'm thinking 200, that's like essentially almost a graduating class, essentially.
My graduating class was 16. The reason why it was 200 was because, and it's still set up like this, and even in its current drafts, there are 3 eras to this giant monster story. There's the Genesis era, the Exodus era, and there's Revelations. Genesis. So by the time high school was finished, the reason why there was 200 monsters is because Genesis was my life to the end of elementary school. So it was like a thing that I always had issue with was I didn't like how monsters didn't die. Because I like making my creatures animalistic. I enjoy that aspect. But it was weird because I'm like, how am I going to kill these creatures off? And then I realized, for example, folks, if a monster dies in Apex, it actually is a symbolism that in my life that friend just faded away or no longer was in my timeline, and that's how I did it. And it was, it happened, and then like Exodus is based off like middle school, high school era of my life, because it's spoilers, alien invasions. An alien invasion occurs, but the aliens are actually represented by they're my representation of what it felt to have the conformity of high school, where you had to be in the box to work.
Yeah.
And then Revelations is like, the end game, and that was supposed to be graduating high school. But in my latest draft, I've kind of changed some things because like I've just revealed, all my monsters are based off people. Every single one of them is a person in real life. And their behavior, powers, interactions, how they look, they are actually representations of how I felt about those people. And it's really fun writing this newest draft because I'm having a lot of fun with that, but also it's helping me go deal with some other issues I have going on right now. So I'm doing what I know best, which is I'm just turning friends into monsters, and it's just making my life a lot easier. And like, this is also just one of the H universes. There are 20. There are multiple. There are 28 H universe projects. They're all different genres. There's a fantasy series I'm writing called the Brokon Chronicles, which represents because I have two amazing brothers, right? I have my brother Harrison, who's been on the podcast for Uncaged, and he's a New York City ballet dancer. And then my youngest brother Wyatt is a genius. He is an environmental business master's. He's just super smart, super talented, but we're all very different. And my parents, we didn't have separate rooms growing up. We actually had to live in the same room. So, like I said, while I struggled with high school about things and turned people into monsters, my brothers and I all had very different interests. And I, we fought a lot at first. But
were
then
you the youngest child, or
I'm the oldest.
you're the oldest? Oh,
I'm the oldest. So, but what happened is I developed something called the Brokon Chronicles, which is a fantasy series set on a world where there are 3 continents, and each continent represents my brothers and I. So like my continent is a bunch of like hippie people, and there are dinosaur people, and they're just like, it's just prehistoric megafauna everywhere and all that jazz. And then like, I made the horrible decision to make my own original species. And I hate that, but it's fine. It only stalled my series for like 5 years because I had to figure out how the races worked. And then I'd realized there are 3 gods in that series. There's Hen, Har, and Wa, because it's Henry, Harrison, Wyatt. They each have 3 base elements, and all the races are the chakras. They're the representations of what our chakras look like. So like my crown chakra race is trees, because Hen is the symbol, the god of creation. My brother Harrison, who's a ballet dancer and a fantastic artist, he is Har, and he is the god of spirit. And his crown chakras are coral, because he loves the sea. And then my brother Wyatt, his god is Wa, and he is the god of order. And his crown chakras are the Azul, and they are giant magnetic geodes, because Wyatt's very down to earth. So like when I create a universe, when I create a story, there's actually usually like most of it's biographies. Like most of it's a biography of something. Very rarely are my stories just based off nothing. I think the only story that is somewhat not based off real life events is the H universe called The Forces from the Mighty Beyond, which is my take on the superhero genre, which funny enough is actually just scraps of different projects that I wanted to work on, because I wanted to make a magical girls series. So I made Wick, which is just pretty much magical girls and Power Rangers, because that's fun. And then there's Soul Nexus, which is like a crime show, but in like a pocket dimension, where like this human detective falls into this dimensional portal, and he has to solve interdimensional crime. And then the origin story is called Monster, and Monster is based off a survival game idea I had, where each night you got attacked by monsters, and you would eventually find out that the monsters were your fellow captives on the island, and each monster represented the universal monsters.
so like werewolf, mummy, vampire, etc. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and then eventually and then that would inspire my original superhero. Well, actually, my wonderful comic book teacher in high school, Miss Will O'Donnell, who is works for SCAD now. We had to do a project where we had to make our own superheroes, but I didn't want to make a superhero. I made my super villain, and that was DNA, Dr. Nathan Animus. Hey. Dr. Nathan Animus is pretty much me on steroids, where I just take government. I'm a rogue scientist, and I want to recreate life in my own image, and I'm using DNA to create hybrids. I made an octopus elephant, just perfect animals. But that eventually created the character David and his power, which is turning into like a Hulk-like dinosaur.
That's cool.
And then battling these mutations and stuff, and then eventually all these stories connect into the Forces from the Mighty Beyond, where they fight pretty much like things, and like all the H universes do have connecting lines. Like, if you read one, if you ever see a line called "The Man with Glasses," who's the writing man with glasses, that's actually supposed to be me in that world writing the story.
How you said it, like immediately my mind jumped to the G-Man from Half-Life.
Yeah.
So
and then I love Mothman. So actually, like, Mothman is in all of these stories too, in some way or form. Not going to tell.
A dedicated Mothman story at all?
Excuse me?
Is there a dedicated Mothman story at all?
There is, actually, because there's another H universe. It's called In the Dark, which one story for In the Dark is called Cryptid, and it's pretty much like Fringe, this TV show Fringe, but cryptozoology. And Mothman is like the apex cryptid because it turns out like they're interdimensional beings, because that's what I like to think there is. But there's also a side series called Curios, which is another detective series that a friend of mine and I came up with, which is pretty much like I was inspired by seeing a shark sword. Are you familiar with a shark tooth sword?
I've heard of them. Yeah, I can't picture one in my head, but I've seen pictures of them before. Yeah.
So the premise of Curios is like a detective finds the pilot would have been, will be a detective finds a like fish company's tycoon dead on the dock, and he's got shark bites, but they can't figure out how he has shark bite when he's not wet and on dry land. And then they eventually find out the detective's trying to figure it out, and then she learns about this guy in New York who has a curio shop and studies antiques, and she realizes that it's a shark tooth sword. So they kind of like work together and they solve crimes have artifacts involved as the murder weapons. And then eventually they find out that there is a supernatural element to these artifacts, and then actually Cryptid and Curios cross over for the Golem appearing in New York. And I had a lot of fun with that design. But and that's just only a few of the H universes. Like, I have anime concepts. I have I just make worlds. They just appear and I write them down and I come up with concept sketches and we go from there.
Have you read any of the Eternal Champion stuff?
I do not know what that is. No, I am a horrible reader. To be honest,
you've never heard of Elric of Melbibene?
No.
It's a series made by Michael Moorcock. Really old pulpy stuff, but he was one of the first American authors to really pioneer the idea of multiverses in his
I dig that.
And also, have you ever seen the chaos symbol from Warhammer at all?
I am very unfamiliar with Warhammer. Despite my appearance, I am a terrible nerd. I'm gonna
take a nerd card from
because you have to remember. Let me ask you this: is there a dinosaur in Warhammer?
Yes, there are. Warhammer Fantasy. There are carnosaurs.
But those are new, aren't they?
No, carnosaurs have been around for a while.
How long is a while?
Warhammer's been around since I think the 70s.
No, Warhammer's been around since the 70s, but I don't remember the dinosaurs part of that.
Carnosaurs were around probably before I was born, so that'd been the 90s, early 2000s when they started being a thing.
I was terrible with tabletop games. I didn't go into them until college. And I never understood Warhammer, so I that's just probably on me for not knowing. I mean, it's not like when Magic the Gathering released their Feathered Dinosaur set, I went back into the addiction that is Magic the Gathering.
Oh my goodness, you have I staved off the addiction. I really wanted to because I saw those. I was like, it's a dinosaur, but I don't have the money to get that stuff.
Oh, no.
But I really want it.
I was in Korea. My partner at the time and I went to a Magic draft, and I'm just there playing, and I'm just like, I'm only here for the dinosaur cards. I'm so mad.
Even before the dinosaurs.
Feather your dinosaurs. Feather your dinosaurs, all of them. I don't care. Feather them all.
Oh, actually, that segues back into dinosaurs because I was gonna say I didn't ask who is your favorite dinosaur, and
I have a favorite in every species.
Then every species go. Every dinosaur species. What's your favorite from each?
Usually it's about two.
So you only get one.
Nope, that's not how I work. With Tyrannosaurids, I like T-Rex, obviously, but I am a huge fan of Guanlong. So much so, and we'll talk about it when we talk about the thing at the end, the big special surprise thing to hopefully get you guys to check out some other stuff. But Guanlong is important in many ways to my work because it's one of my favorite animals. Let's see if we're doing other theropods. With Dromaeosauridae, it would be Microraptor and Utahraptor are two of my favorites. With ceratopsians, it depends on my mood. It's either Ionosaurus, Pachyrhinosaurus, Cosmoceratops, or Nosoceratops. I will say I think Nosoceratops might be one of my favorite ceratopsians. Stegosaurus is my favorite because I did dig up a Stegosaurus graveyard back in the day.
What genus was it?
I'm not at liberty to tell people that.
Fair enough.
Because it could be a species that I might have been the first person to do the paleo art for. So, whatever.
And Renee?
No. The only dinosaur that I found that's probably in an archive somewhere that I wish I could name would be the Dinkosaurus that I found in Montana on my first dinosaur dig, because I did find an unidentifiable theropod bone. And, everybody keep in mind about Guanlong and Dinkosaurus because they will be important later on in the show. Sauropods, Argentinosaurus and Amogrosaurus. Spinosaurids, I used to freaking hate Spinosaurus, but now it's one of my favorite Spinosaurids. I also really like Paranoics. The other Stegosaurid species I really like is I always forget its name because it's because on my dinosaur dig, so the dig site I worked with on Judith River Dinosaur Institute, my first year, they had found a new sauropod dinosaur. And they sent me to the hill over because we thought maybe we could find another one. Instead, we found Stegosaurus. But me being the monster that I am of a scientist, where I'm just kind of like, what if? I came up with something that we called it the Stegopod, which was my long neck Stegosaurus. And what was really funny was the year later, my friend Susie, who worked for the London Museum of Natural History, and she's like the leading expert in stegosaurs in the world. I think she still is. I got to really reach out to her. Told me that later that year, they found a dinosaur called Miagra. I believe I just pronounced that right. But Miagra is actually a long-necked stegosaurus from the late Jurassic period.
What formation was it found in?
It was found, I believe it was found in India.
Okay.
I'm terrible with remembering it I'm trying to look at the article right now. Sorry, not India, Portugal. I knew it was not America.
Okay, so Portugal. That would have been late Jurassic. Okay, so that would have been
150 million years. 150 million
sharing an environment with like allosaurs.
The European allosaurus and all that jazz. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And like, let's see. Just there's so many, man. I love, to be honest, at the end of the day, I think I love them all. Like Hadrosaurus, Lambeosaurus, because I helped dig one up, Parasaurolophus, because I love the sound. It's just, they're amazing animals. And I mean, I actually just realized what I'm playing with is this right here.
That's an
ammonite. Mm-hmm. This is the first fossil I ever found.
That's awesome. They allowed you to keep it?
Oh, well, I found this as a kid in England because where my family's from in England is called Robin Hood's Bay, and that is on the same shoreline as Mary Shelley.
Mary Anning,
where she found all her fossils. And this was just on the beach, and it was my first fossil. It's actually also my first tattoo. I love this
really
fossil.
Cool.
Yeah, no, I went into the tattoo shop, and they're like, what do you want? And I just put this on the counter, and I'm like, I want that on my back. I
respect that. That's awesome that you were going there and you were able to get one of those.
Well, I got to keep that. I also do have a bunch of fossils. Like, hold on a second.
And I will entertain you folks while Henry goes to grab his fossils.
I always kind of like forget because in my age, I just assume everybody remembers that I like am a paleontologist unofficially, in a sense. But like I mean, I dug in Montana for years, and we did go to sites where I could keep stuff. Like here's a tooth. Here's an Albertosaurus tooth I found.
Oh, that is awesome.
So I found that when I was in elementary school in Montana, and then one of my favorite fossils that are super cool, and hopefully this is a crocodile scoot.
Yeah, no, I can tell just from like the ridges and stuff that are in
No,
it.
they're super fun. And then this is not the one with my ceratopsian frill fragment, but like I have dinosaur bones everywhere, man. Like I this was my thing, and like this is why I started writing, because as a kid I wanted to be a paleontologist. That's all I ever wanted to be. And then my mentor in paleontology, a man named Nate Murphy.
You have a lot of Nates in your life because you
I
have
do.
your villain Nate, and now you got your other Nate, and now you got a mentor.
I do have a lot of Nates. I never realized that. But Nate Murphy pulled me aside one day and he was like, Henry, you know what? And I'm like, what? I don't think you'd be a good paleontologist. And I was like, excuse me? And he's like, you're a bit oddball, because he's just like, Henry, you look at things and you add on things that like are all speculative. Because like I used to say, like, think that what would be fun if ankylosaurs migrated, maybe they laid eggs like sea turtles. Who knows if that's correct or not. I also like to feather my ankylosaurs now, because they found out they have the same tongues as birds. But what he said, I think, was absolutely true. He was like, don't take it offensive, because here's the thing. You may not be a good paleontologist, but your love of paleontology is your greatest strength. Because what you should be doing is becoming the next Michael Crichton. Because he said, my biggest skill is, and I didn't realize it yet, but I now fully accept, my best trait is that I am able to, I know a lot of stuff. Like I would go on science expeditions in college, even though I was a creative writing major. And like all the science professors were like, why are you in creative writing? And I'm like, because I don't like math. And I don't want you to tell me what cannot be because of science. Because I firmly am sitting here like, I've seen the Loch Ness Monster. The whole thing. I've seen a UFO. I've seen the Loch Ness Monster. I've seen a ghost. These are all stories that actually happened. I swear to God, I did see the Loch Ness Monster when I went to Loch Ness. Not a plesiosaur. Not that. But because that would be ridiculous. But it really affected how I portray my monsters and my creations, because he was right. Paleontology is my passion, but my real passion is talking about it and getting people excited about it. And my biggest skill is like I have created all these animals. Like in the Brokon Chronicles, they're all original dinosaur species that I made, but they're all factual, like they're all based off actual factual things.
Mm-hmm.
Like all my animal powers, all the creatures that I create stem from real life animal behavior. So like I once like one of, and we'll talk about it in a bit, but there is a monster in Apex, which is a mosquito. And I once was telling someone about this creature because I'm actually quite proud of my mosquito monster, my mosquito AO. And male mosquitoes don't bite, right? This is a fact. Male mosquitoes don't bite. It's females that bite. But so what I did was this mutated mosquito species, they have a male species, which will be affectionately known as buggers. And what they do is they collect food for a queen mosquito. And she consumes the blood because she's very large. So she can't really she can fly well enough, but, and hold her own in a fight. But usually what she does is she finds a high perch. The males bring her food, and then she secretes a blood honey. which is that she lays her eggs in, and then the whole cycle continues. And I
Mhm.
once was telling someone this, and they're like, I didn't know mosquitoes made blood honey. And I'm like, they don't. Mosquitoes don't have a hive mentality. I'm just taking some facts. I just took the fact that males don't bite. And I just thought, how would it be fun if, like, this is how this mutation worked.
But what I do like is the fact that with your creations, there's that element of realism that like is expanded upon and mixed in a way. And as a term, I've noticed you like to use corrupted in a way to form this whole new idea. It's interesting. It reminds me a lot of the mentality that the creators of Monster Hunter have when it
Yes.
comes to their their monster anatomy and how they work with the environment that they've made.
Well, like, my biggest influences on my creature designs are a little bit of Monster Hunter, Shinji Nishikawa's work. Oddly enough, though, Digimon is one of my biggest influences. Because, like,
Digimon.
My favorite Digimon, like, do you want each level, or do you just want, like, my all-time favorite Digimon?
All-time favorite.
It's Omnimon. Omnimon's my favorite. Actually, the birth of Omnimon in the Digimon movie is one of my top 5 favorite movie moments of all time. I love Omnimon, or Megamon, however you want to play it. But and it's actually funny because my love of Digimon is also big influence. But that was the thing I loved about Digimon, is because unlike Pokemon, they're really realistic looking. And what I really liked about Digimon is that Digimon have, and I sit here being like, one of my favorite rookies. It's just everything's in arm's reach for me.
I wish Agumon was in Smash. Now that you brought up Agumon right there, I love Agumon.
But here's the thing. Like, I love Pokemon. Don't get me wrong. Pokemon's great. The reason why I like Digimon is, one, the plots were better, which is also a big influence on me because, they're really good human characters in Digimon. That's what helps the story along. But two, unlike Pokemon don't evolve. They go through metamorphosis. It's not true evolution. Digimon, though, do go through a true evolution because their evolution is based off adaptation to their environment. Agumon can digivolve to Greymon, but he can also digivolve to Meramon if the environmental conditions are correct.
Yeah, or Skull Greymon and a whole lot of other different.
There's, it's why I always recommend playing the Digimon RPGs like Cyber Sleuth or the sequel to it, because they're great. But two, like, you really do see that you get this whole like cross network. But what's really interesting, in my personal opinion, is the fact that not only is it that adaptation, but like that's why the kids are special in the series, because their Digimon are able to evolve at will when normal Digimon don't have that ability. They gain that over time and experience, which I just like. As a kid, I was like, I like this so much more. I also like the fact that they were connected to the real world, which I thought made like, which is why, like, with Apex, I want to make it the real world. Like, it's a real world with monsters in it. Like, and it's not like how I remember I was once talking to a friend in college about it, and they were like, "Oh, Henry, if your monsters existed, people would be normal or normalized." I'm like, "It would take time." And I'm like, "No, it wouldn't." I'm like, "Oh, it would," because I was like, "All right, let's think about this right now." Mm-hmm. Let's say, and I pulled up one of my monsters that I was working on. Like, let's say this showed up on campus right now. You are a science major. Can this exist? And they said no. And I'm like, okay, but this exists. This is literally in campus, and it's eating people, and it's doing stuff. Everything in our sciences, everything in our philosophies tell us that these monsters cannot exist. And that's something that I play with in my own writing, is something I don't think a lot of people really explore, is no one would be really okay with these monsters, because we know Godzilla can exist because if he stepped out of water, gravity would crush him. Mm-hmm. But if you got a big animal like that comes out of water and gravity doesn't crush him, that means we're wrong. That means religions can be wrong. That means everything has this trickle down effect of we're wrong and we don't know anything, and that scares people.
I think like
that's the thing
since
I go to.
you mentioned Shin Godzilla and that you guys are going to be doing an episode on that. To tie it back to that, that's one of the reasons why the meeting where they're mentioning Shin Godzilla can't appear on land won't happen. And then aside from the comedic value of like him just going, what?
Yeah.
Then you just see it on land. And I think the effect that you are having, like the effect that you think people would have if that happened, can be surmised in that scene very well,
It
because
does.
that it's like I don't know, I was gonna say culture shock, but it's not just a culture shock, it's just a general shock in general. Like you
And
saying we're all wrong, that definitely surmises that whole idea
and
and like
and Apex
event.
and Apex really goes into this, and it always had. And I mean, like, and people go like, why do you think Apex is a good idea? Fun fact, I'm a man with little regret in my life. I'm very happy that I have few regrets. My biggest regret is when I was in high school, my senior year, when this baby was still Titan Wars, and I thought I had it all, but I knew something was missing and I couldn't put my finger on it. But my marine biology teacher, her brother-in-law was Ron Howard's assistant. And Ron Howard wanted a meeting because she pitched the idea to his assistant, her brother-in-law, and the first thing they said was, is he on drugs? And they were like, no, he is not. And they're like, if this kid is not on drugs and writing stuff like this and coming with ideas like this, we got to have him. But I was nervous because I thought I needed a college degree to do famous stuff. So I went to college, where I have very mixed opinions on college, mostly because my writing professor told me that science fiction was the ghetto of writing, and I wasn't allowed to write my property for 4 years. So that was a thing. That was a real humdinger of a challenge in my life. I mean, it helped because it gave me a better voice and it gave me my critic chops. I wouldn't be the critic I am if I didn't have those classes. That's the positive I get out of that experience. But but I'm happy. Like, I sit here being like, what I'm looking at right now with Apex and going into this audio drama, this is the story I want to tell. Because Titan Wars was awesome. Like, and I will say this: the conclusion to this giant monster saga, nothing like it has existed. It is crazy bananas how this story ends. And the only teaser I will do is, if you had to ask me what giant monster movie, and we talked about this in our episode together on my show, I believe, Nathan. Destroy All Monsters was a huge influence on what I wanted with Apex, because I was watching a movie with many monsters in it, and I wanted many monsters, and I wanted that many monsters climactic battle. And oh boy, Apex ends with one hell of a climactic battle. But to be honest, none of you are going to see it coming. You're not going to figure out what it is, because the whole question throughout the series is, why are the monsters here? What is their purpose? And I will say, King of the Monsters does make me sweat, because they get scary close to where I was going. In fact, I actually had to like double check if I had to make some
Adjustments.
calls. No, calls. Straight up calls. Because I have some of that material posted online, and I got worried. But then when I saw it, I was like, you almost got it, but you missed the mark enough where I'm okay with what's going on. It's cool. We're fine. And it's one of the reasons why I don't call them Titans anymore. I call them AOs, Apex Organisms, because one, I think that actually is a sick-ass name for a giant monster. And two, like, that now there are more Titans and stuff. And as we have heard on Kaiju Group's podcast, I absolutely hate the word kaiju with all my heart. Freaking gatekeepery word.
I've not heard your reasoning behind it, but please actually explain it for everyone here.
I do not like the term kaiju because, like I said, Apex started off as Kaiju Wars, where it was a Godzilla fan fiction and blah, 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 blah. But here's the thing. Kaiju just started becoming more mainstream. I know this sounds like very geeky, snobby, but became more mainstream with Pacific Rim, right? Is Pacific Rim a kaiju film to you?
more or less.
Name me two of the monsters.
Knifehead and Trespasser.
Okay, so the first two monsters.
Yeah.
Could you name me more?
Mutavore was in Australia. Otachi and Leatherback were fighting in China.
Shanghai. Yeah.
Shanghai, yeah. What's it called? What's his name? Slattern is the category 5. Scunner.
But they never name him. They never name him in the movie.
Never name him.
He's the only one that doesn't get named.
Well, they never named Scunner and
Slanton got named and Raiju got named.
Raiju and Scunner, yeah.
Or Scunner, yeah.
Yeah, Scunner and Raiju were named. And then in the first kaiju that ever appeared was like Karyev?
No, Trespasser is the first one to appear.
Oh, he trespassed the first one through, but Karyev was the first one to get killed by a Jaeger.
Yeah, I believe so. But here's the thing, right? Most people liked Pacific Rim. But if you're not a monster fan, no one knows their names. They just know them as kaiju. And this is the thing for me, because I think, one, you shouldn't call them kaiju, because kaiju is strange beast. It's just monster. If you want to be accurate, a giant monster is a daikaiju, but I also feel like people who use the word kaiju just ignore the fact, because like I think you even said it yourself, you have your American monster movies, but then you have your kaiju films. And for me, they're not different. They're just from different places, but like they're all monster movies. It's why the format of my show does the thing that it does, and why I actually just prefer saying giant monster, because I feel like if you say daikaiju, you only think about the Japanese properties. But like King Kong is a giant monster movie. But when people are like, "Oh no, he's not a kaiju," and I'm like, this is the thing that I don't like about it. Kaiju has become an almost gatekeepery word for people to use in the community. And again, why I say I get so upset with what's going on Twitter these days, because I have people who love, like I have my one friend, Beth, loves giant monsters now. She gets so excited when she watches monster movies with me because she loved King of the Monsters. She loves it. But like, she asked me, should I go on like Twitter and like see stuff? And I'm like, no. You can't, because you're a girl. I don't trust people. Like, if you said the wrong thing, I'm not in the mood for it. Like, I'm not in the mood for you to get yelled at for saying Rodan is a giant monster or whatever, or people. Like, because they're not real. It's not real stuff, guys. Like, at the end of the day, this stuff is not real.
Yeah.
And you can't say with the confidence, like, this is not real. And I'm like, or whatever. This is not a kaiju. And I'm like, no one cares. They're giant. They're all giant monsters. I just am trying to simplify, not making it a gatekeepery triggering word, because like, it seems like everybody just gets so upset now when you like Clifford, the big red dog, is a giant monster. And I cannot wait to review that movie when it comes out.
There's a Clifford movie?
There is a live action Clifford movie coming out.
That came out?
No, it didn't. Not yet. It's coming, but I can't wait to do it. I can't wait to do it. It's going to be awesome.
I thank God that I was like, wow, I've really not been keeping up with things if that movie slipped by me, because I remember how many people were like, oh, Clifford the Big Red Dog's a kaiju, and for me, I'm just like, dude, I just want to enjoy my movies.
Yeah, just say like it's a giant. Like that's why I'm like, just say it's a giant monster, because that is what Clifford the Big Red Dog is. He's a giant monster. He's a giant dog. Like, yeah, he's not like killing people, but like he's a giant dog. He's a monster. Like not all monsters are bad. Like
Exactly. It's been now. Yeah, you mentioned Clifford. It's been years since I've seen anything Clifford related.
But
that was my stuff back.
But then again, that's the thing also with Pacific Rim. Pacific Rim's a giant robot movie. Because when you ask a person who's not a giant monster fan, they don't know the names to those monsters. They just know Gypsy Danger. Like, I've actually asked people who are not familiar with Pacific Rim lore, but they can watch Pacific Rim and remember the Jaeger names, but not remember the names of the monsters. And when they're like, I'm like, well, they're all named. And they're like, no, they weren't. I'm like, they are all named but one, technically. Like, they're all there, but they're not focused on.
The exception of 2, I'm thinking, because was Trespasser actually said?
No,
he is said in what's it called, Uprising. when his skull's there.
Yeah, and like, and
Direct.
that's also why I like Uprising more, because Uprising actually does go into the realm of like it accepting that it truly is a giant robot movie. Like,
Mhm.
it's not a giant monster movie, and that's what I think really hurts Pacific Rim. Is it's advertised as a giant monster movie, but it's not a giant monster movie. It is a giant robot movie. Like, yeah, we're probably going to do Evangelion sometime in the podcast, but like, I still wouldn't technically call Evangelion a giant monster anime. It is still a giant, well, giant robot anime. You
Robot.
know, robots, roboms. But like,
Robots.
you know, that's this. But this is the thing, right? Like, everybody wants to have all these like this structure, and I'm like, they're not real. Like, just say giant monster. It makes things so much easier. Like, just say giant monster, giant robot, done deal. You don't have to get into the schematics of like kaiju, because like, again, a dai kaiju is a giant strange beast.
Mhm.
Kaiju is strange beast, so that could be any size really. Technically, Alien is a kaiju.
Mhm.
Um,
And then if we want to get even more technical, kaijin is giant humanoid. Well, daikaijin and kaijin humanoids.
it's, you know, that this is the thing, and people just like, you know, it's just become, it's a very gatekeepery word in my opinion these days, and it's why I don't like using it, and it's why I don't like, you know, it's why I'm going to keep harassing the kaiju uh what sorry Michael, kaiju groupie pod every
You
month
call me Mike.
to change his name, because, you know, I'm a dick. It's just like, it's really interesting, because every time I brought this up, people are like, oh, you know what, you're kind of onto something, and then I'm like, aha, see, we're watching them and you want to call them kaiju, but it's also like not the same, because technically kaiju didn't exist yet when that movie came out. And like, the beast from 20,000, we would not have Godzilla in the way he was if we didn't have the beast from 20,000 fathoms. We would have just gotten a giant octopus movie, which is fine. I'm all down for that. But like, you know, we didn't go the dinosaur route without the beast from 20,000 fathoms. Like, just say giant monster. It's that easy. Or you could say apex organism, like in my series.
I know specifically for my own series. There's a ton of different classifications I had for different monsters in the series. Like Vovim was one, because they're all based on, like, aside from like a few like angel and demon, were all just regular words, but then all of them were all in Enochian. So like, essentially just earth-based monsters, or Tolteregi. Vovim were like heavenly dragons, etc., etc. Because I was like, I don't want to use the word kaiju. The idea that it's mainstream was exactly what I was gonna say, but I was like, yeah.
No, and that's the thing, because like, you know, I mean, I'm actually a little disappointed in King of the Monsters, because I wish they kept calling them Mutos.
Yeah, I there's one thing that I wish they kept. It was definitely them calling them Mutos, and then we would have kind of, well. The reason why at first I liked the fact that they were called Titans was because if they're not going to be called Mutos anymore, are the Mutos going to actually get their own names now? But then they never did. They just were Muto, Muto Prime, and then Muto 3. But since we kind of got on the subject of dinosaurs again, and I know you've been talking about feathering your dinosaurs, I assume the big assumption here, grain of salt, of course, that you are all in favor of more modern interpretations of dinosaurs, whether it be like stylized, not intending to be completely accurate, but just from a visual standpoint. Do you prefer
just normalize the idea of feathers? Because man, oh man, I'm so tired of telling people that dinosaurs and birds are the same thing, because they are. Like, they just are. They're literally the same animals. Dinosaurs technically didn't go extinct. Birds are a species of dinosaur. Just recognize that. And like, I sit here. What was it? Everybody was mad at Jurassic World for saying they're not feathered. But I like in Jurassic World when Henry Wu says, like, if you want them accurate, they wouldn't look like the way they do. And I'm like, oh. And I just was like, check. We're done. We're aware. Moving on. And everyone's like, Henry, you can't just say that and brush it off. I'm like, no, we're aware. I'm fine with it. Let's keep on going.
like I wasn't on Twitter back then when that first was said, but I remember every other place the amount of argumentation that went over what that was.
I thought it was a great way to deal with it, to be
Yeah,
honest.
just let it just there. It's there.
No, yeah,
And
Henry Wu was like, no, we're put frog DNA in it. Like,
and actually,
they're not real dinosaurs.
You even said at the start of the episode that like how World and Dominion technically are more close to the books. Henry does. He takes a different side to that debate in the books too.
Yeah, he does. He literally is just like, my favorite part of the book is when Henry's like, why are we making carnivores? Why couldn't we just started off with the plant eaters? Like, because we don't know what's going to happen with these animals. Because we don't have a form of basis. I also love how in the original Michael Crichton book, it's literally all about dinosaurs or birds. Like, the whole time he's like, dinosaurs are birds. And everybody's like, are they? And it's like, yeah. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, and I laugh because Godzilla 1985, what gets Godzilla moving around? Birds. So it's not so far-fetched. And like, I will say when I saw Fallen Kingdom, because when I saw Fallen Kingdom in California, I was like donned dinosaur shirt. I had my wonderful little Rex. Oh, by the way, stop calling her Rexy. Her name is Ruth, because that's what her name is in the book.
I thought it was Roberta.
I think it's Ruth. I mean, someone could challenge me, but I hope it's Ruth because I love the fact that it's ruthless, because they're called her Ruthless Ruth, or something like that. But don't call her Rexy because she deserves better than that.
Yeah, but, I have my small paperback is right over there, so I might check after the stream.
Yeah, but at me later. But what I'm getting at is, so like, all these people see this grown man wearing dinosaur paraphernalia, holding a dinosaur toy, just ready for dinosaurs. And they're like, why are you so excited? I'm like, well, I'm kind of a paleontologist. And they're like, oh, give us a dinosaur fun fact. And I'm like, T-Rex never roared.
Oh, actually, speaking of T-Rex fun facts, were you ever a part of like the whole big thing with like Saurian and the feathered T-Rex and all of that?
I'm so upset. Actually, I have the Saurian art book like over there somewhere. I'm so mad that they did that because I was really loving their feathered T-Rex, and it makes me sad. I just want them. Just feather your dinosaurs. I just like, this is why in the Brokon Chronicles, all the dinosaurs on my continent are feathered. They're all got little featherings on them. They're like fluffy your dinosaurs, because fluffy dinosaurs are great. It just needs to be normalized. Like, that's the thing. And like, I wish Dominion might go into feathered dinosaurs. I do hope they might go into it. But like, people need, because like, that's the thing. Material, like movies and stuff, is how people think this science works. Mm-hmm. But there aren't a lot of movies that show feathered dinosaurs, and like, you got Jurassic Park 3 where the raptors have a little bit of like feathering.
Yeah.
But I mean, I sit here being like, if I reconstructed Spinosaurus, do you know how I would just do it?
Big
feathering. No, big penguin. Like a rock hopper penguin, like a rock hopper penguin crocodile. That's what I want. I love the idea of it. Like, I just think, because then the behavior is more fun. And like,
what's your opinion on the new Spinosaurus information?
I'm all for it, man. I love the idea because, to be honest, there are no swimming dinosaurs, but if Spinosaurus is in that wonderful part of evolution where, because remember, we only know like 10% of the biomass of dinosaurs in their reign. Mm-hmm. If Spinosaurus was as aquatic as we're now thinking it was, there's a good chance that their Spinosaurus might have gone in the way of the whale. And we don't know those fossils yet.
Cetus artwork. Have you seen?
I'm an agent of chaos. I'm all for it. I'm just like, you look at oh man, what is that freaking? It's one of my favorite dinosaurs.
Describe it or species it. I can probably maybe guess.
Yi-Chi. Yeah.
The little dragonfly.
For those who don't know, He is a feathered dinosaur, but instead of having feathered wings, it has bat-like wings. And when it was discovered, I literally was just like screaming for 3 days, and everybody's like, "Why are you freaking out about this?" I'm like, "You do realize the fact that now in the fossil record, granted, yes, it was the size of a pigeon, but we now have an animal that literally matches the descriptions of wyverns.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we now have an animal that matches a dragon archetype. And fossilization is such a rare process. For all we know, that because the ability of flight for dinosaurs is like Microraptor with the 4 wings. You got Yi with bat wings. Like, who knows what really got past the KT event? Because like the terror birds were pretty dominant until the cats came.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
because
it's
like
just one of
their
those things.
ranges kind of it was due to like the migration where terror bird ranges kind of started to dwindle because they started going into competition with the larger cats. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like, but we don't know everything that gets fossilized. And then I wrote a whole thesis about dragons in college because I had to write a science paper, so I wrote a whole thing. And when people challenge me, like, well, if we don't have dragon fossils, blah, blah, blah. Dragons don't breathe fire in most of their early myths. In fact, dragons don't have wings in most of their early myths. Most dragons are described the way you would describe Moloko Membe, a cryptid that has maybe possible ties to Babylon, because the Arch of Sirius.
Mm-hmm.
But, and that's a whole rant, but what I'm getting at is you do not see the fire-breathing dragon with wings, because also dragons that did breathe anything, it was usually spitting venom.
It has poison in a lot of
poison. Mm-hmm. So, and like one could also argue maybe that's just like Komodo dragons with the saliva, because the larger dinosaur T-Rex probably did have that ability as well. So you sit here being like, Christianity demonized these creatures, and most stories about dragons ends with the dragon being killed, and usually its body is desecrated because it is a quote-unquote unholy thing. So, and this is actually something we explore in Apex, and we can get into that a little bit.
Yeah, no, trust me. After you mentioned that, I was gonna mention something regarding that whole process, or like that whole kind of angle, because when I had been listening to over and over again, I was like, oh, okay, that reminds me of something. And then when you mentioned the phases to your story, Genesis, Exodus, and Revelations, I was like, oh, that reminds me of something else. But we'll go into that after. So continue your thought, my man, please.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's just like people gotta remember that like it's called history for a reason. The people who are writing history can also omit things from history. And you got to look at like the fact that the concept of a dragon is actually a universal concept in most cultures in some way or form. Maybe they were different animals, maybe it was different interpretations, but something existed that created these myths. And people are like, oh, well, they just found fossils. I'm like, look, I'll believe that about a cyclops, because if you look at a mammoth skull in Greece, yeah, I would think it would be a big man too. But it's one of those things where like some of these stories are so detailed. And I mean, you know, and again, more Apex things. My favorite, because I've read all the books. I've read the Bible, I've read the Quran, I have the Tibetan Book of the Dead. I actually did religious studies a little bit in college. And also like my family, I was born like baptized a Christian and blah blah blah. I mean, I have evolution, but I do have faith. I'm not like a godless heathen. I actually do
like
know
someone on Reddit who has to obnoxiously like go into another thing. Just be
well,
like,
I mean,
actually,
well, I almost was a youth pastor when I was in high school. The only reason why I didn't take the job was because they told me I wasn't allowed to wear dinosaur shirts. And I was like, most of what I own are dinosaur shirts, so no thank you.
I will say, like, not to go off topic, but you definitely have the energy for one, I would say.
Well, because like it's something that Alan Watts brings up. Are you familiar with Alan Watts?
No.
So Alan Watts is this groovy guy. He was a British Zen Buddhist. He is actually one of the first Westerners to bring Zen Buddhism over into the Western world. And he has this thing in one of his lectures that I think is very important. And like, I respect those who are not agnostic, atheist. Like I get it. Like, I understand that concept. Like, and that's fine. But Alan Watts says something along the lines of, we're born into this world and we're told there's a God. And we're told God is watching. And that's at first very comforting because it's like we have this safety net. But then we're told like the things that will upset God. And then that pressure really gets to some people, so they stop believing in God. But then what do you believe in? What is your faith? Like what is your belief? And some people just turn into robots. So like I'm a very like cosmic hippie kind of guy. Like I believe in a God, but I also believe that like, if we're told that we're built in God's image, then God's definitely not here and if that's the case, God is exactly like us because we do three things really well. We create, we destroy, and we experiment. And for all we know, the concept of God could just be some being experimenting on a planet, coming back every few million years and seeing, I'll just change this and see what happens. See where the experiment will go. And like I've talked about this with some very interesting religious people in my life, and they dig it because like who knows? Like, but here's the thing about these beliefs, because like for me personally, like I got kicked out of Sunday school because I got in a fight with my Sunday school teacher because she said there was only one God, and I kept arguing with her, what about Mother Nature? She was like, why do you keep bringing her up? And I'm like, well, because that's God's wife. And they not okay. Also with like Noah's Ark is one of my favorite stories of all time. But when they're like, oh, that wiped up dinosaur, and I'm like 8 and telling the person like, actually Noah's Ark, like the KT event wiped out the dinosaurs, not the flood. The dinosaurs would not be here. They might have wiped out the dragons and the unicorns, but like, I'm having these conversations and the teacher's like, you gotta leave. Like you're all over the place, kid. And that's like, but I don't know. I just feel like faith is something that's really important. And now I'm feeling really weird about it, but like, cause it is a sensitive topic to some, but I just think that like, it's a wondrous thing. And like, if you have to believe in anything, just believe in life and, all that jazz, and just believe that like literally anything is possible. Like the planet has shown us that, we're now learning that trees talk. Trees could take care of each other. Like the concepts that we think are so like, do you know what the smell of cut grass is? Do you know what that smell is for in nature?
No.
It is a pheromone that lets the other grass know that there is a predator, and that scent, when hits the other grass leaves, that grass becomes bitter, so it doesn't get eaten as much. Plants talk. They have intricate, like some trees use an internet by tapping into fungal systems. Like there is whole worlds that we do not understand. And like, I'm lucky enough to have gone to every continent, and I've been in the Amazon. I've been to Loch Ness. I've been to all these crazy places, Australia, New Zealand. And like when I was in the Amazon in Ecuador, you don't know what a rainforest is until you go to the Amazon, because it's alive. It is the most alive place I have ever been to. Like it's noisy, it's green, and everything is moving. Everything is connected. And like above and below. And it's wild. And people don't look at that because you just see that in a documentary. And it's like, it's great that people watch nature documentaries. I love that people do that. But like, go outside and like look and listen, because everything is so alive and there's such a connectedness in this world. And like, it really influences my creation of these animals for my stories, because I want to make creatures that are attuned to that sensation, that pure wonder, and kind of horrifying, because like everybody's like, oh, with 2020, and I'm like, everything that's happening is literally the earth trying to cure itself. The more deforestation, the more there's deforestation, the more wildfires are going to be, and the more chances of viruses. Like, I find it hilarious because technically it's Fern Gully, because there are places that have dormant viruses in the ground, and when we cut the trees, those viruses do get out. Like, particles do leave. And to be honest, with the way the Amazon's going, we probably have gotten rid of the cure for cancer without even knowing it, because there are so many plant species that, like, there's when I was in the Amazon, there's a tree, and if you use the sap, they use the sap as a like, if you break your arm, they put the sap on it and it works as a cast, and actually you heal faster with that than you do with a cast. One of the guides told me that a guy broke his leg to the point where the bone was sticking out, and they actually put him in a cast, and he could take it off in a week, and everything was back in place. Like, there's some amazing things in nature that we're just not in tune with. And, like, I sit here with my writings, and, like, I'm sure you heard it in the Apex teaser. Like, the world, if these giant creatures start coming out of the woodwork, the world would change in a way where we'd have to not only realize we're wrong, but we'd also have to realize, like, how far this whole thing really goes, like how far that rabbit hole goes. And it's something that I'm really excited with, like, with Apex, because I mean, Broken Chronicles goes much more into nature. The first book is technically like Princess Mononoke with dinosaurs. Like, that's literally what it is. Well, it's like Avatar: The Last Airbender, Princess Mononoke, but with dinosaurs, and it's very exciting. But, like, with Apex, it's just me trying to tell this story about these creatures. Like, my dream is, like, you know, Nathan, do not be surprised if I message you one day and be like, by the way, this is the AO that is inspired by your interactions in my timeline.
Oh, thank you.
Like, that's or you could be getting a human character. Who knows? Like, it's a spin of the wheel with some things. But it's just like, because I love where I'm going with this series now. Like, for the first time ever, Apex is in a direction in a world of storytelling that I'm like, this is what I want. This is what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting to, you know, Tyrannus used to not be feathered. Tyrannus used to just be a green reptile dinosaur thing. But then I'm like, no, I want feathers. And it's actually really funny because Tyrannus's current design is actually based off my OC Digimon design for Dincturemon, who has 6 blue things down his back. But I also want to do the cockatiel thing because, like, and when we go into the little fig of the past surprise, I want to talk about some of the stuff. And and guys, real quick, if you're made it this far, good work.
Yeah, we are right now at an hour and a half, just rounding down a little bit, but we are in an hour and a half. But that's good time for us.
Yeah,
actually.
No,
but yeah. To shift a little bit about Apex, again, you can find it on Spotify or any of the podcasting services. Please definitely check out Apex. I definitely want to see this go in a direction where it gets funding and we can get some more people doing voice acting work, because of course Henry did the best job he could by himself, and I would love to see what would happen if he had more people working on the series with him in terms of bringing it to life with more editing, audio work, and all of that. But all of that aside, starting with the characters, give me a brief summary of the main character of the dramatic reading that you did, and sort of like nothing too into his story, but sort of like where he is right now.
So Rick is me. Well, was me. I don't know. It's Rick has gone. So Rick Winston is our main lead. Well, one of them. Because something that I do try and do with this series is, like, while there are main characters, I don't try and do, like, I didn't want, like, also Godzilla the series, big influence on this. Big influence on this.
So an ensemble cast, probably.
Yes. I want an ensemble cast, but I also want to make sure that, like there are going to be episodes where Rick might not even show up. There are stories where Rick is not involved at all. Like, he might show up later, but like Rick went from the cliche of this, if you when you guys listen to the Apex teaser, the first sequence is Rick's having a dream about the day it happened. And what has happened is the story has always been Rick losing a parent to the first monster, which is Tyrannus. But I've always written Rick as very okay with that, because that's what I thought characters did. But then, as I started dealing with my own depression and my own mental issues and stuff, I realized that, like, oh man, Rick's probably really messed up. Especially because Rick would eventually find out that, well, and now in this current draft, Rick will find out that both his parents had a part to play in the awakening of these creatures. And there's now a very, like, this subplot will not be going through, but Rick is in his early 30s. He is a evolutionary biologist. He's kind of had a bit of a past. And I guess maybe I can make this announcement now, because I started getting really nervous about Rick after I read the Apex teaser, to be honest, because I realized Rick is still a white dude scientist, and I am very tired of the white dude scientist who knows what's going on. And I thought about making Rick a woman. I did think about that, because I actually would have written Rick as a character named LG. LG is in some of my stories already in the H universes, and LG is technically a tribute to what I would love to name my daughter, which is Lily Gloria. But I didn't want to do that because I also felt like that was very honed in. Because, like, again, I'm a dude. Like, I don't want to write a female character and write her wrong. I want representation, and I thought about writing a person of color, but then I was worried about representation. And then with the recent events on Twitter, I actually realized that Rick is still a he, but Rick is trans. Which is not gonna, like, you're not, like, guys, don't think like the first paragraph is all about like Rick is trans, blah blah blah. That's not going to be a thing that people are going to realize until much later into the series, because honestly, it might just be like a scene where Rick is taking a shower and I write like he's just feeling his scars. Like, it's not. But I also realize this is a great element, because a lot of the people I care about are trans men, and they're very near and dear to me. And I've actually, like, talked to them. I was like, hey, what if I did this with Rick? And they're like, go for it. And I'm like, can you help me write him, though? Because I do not want to write him blindly. I do not want, because, like, I've dated trans men before, and I know a bit, but I want more representation. Like, be the change you wish to see in the world. If you want characters to exist, you have to make them. And I just think right now I was thinking about it. I was like, actually, that would be great for his character, because it would cause more issues of why he might not be listened to right away. Because some people have those prejudices and those phobias. So, like, Rick is smart. Rick is a very smart person, but he is dealing with the death of his parents. As the series progresses, he realizes that his parents might have been making these monsters. Some of these monsters exist. Like, this might have been a thing that is in a long time in the making. We'll find out as it goes, and we'll explore that route. But, like, he's just trying to survive. And then because he is the son of these established, like, Bill Nye the Science Guy-esque parents, who famously die in the first encounter with Tyrannus, he's kind of thrown into this role of being like the monster expert, and he doesn't want that. But slowly he learns that he might have been unknowingly trained to be the monster expert by his parents, and he really struggles with that. And it like because as you heard in Apex, like he has night terrors, but he doesn't have night terrors when he's in the field. Like he
he specifically mentions that he doesn't get the night terrors in the field, but only in Washington, and maybe that's due. I forget how specifically you say it, but because there's no monsters in Washington, there's night terrors there. Yeah,
it's just
and also like you see his expertise specifically while he's listening to the it was the news on his in the shower.
Yeah. So like because the chapter I read is actually the first chapter to Apex Genesis, to the Genesis event. But this is actually now going to be the season finale for Wave 1. So what you heard and hear in that teaser, those events and some of these creatures will be explored.
Because there is one who does, I know partly has to do with the surprise. There is one who doesn't really meet his untimely fate in the teaser itself, but is alluded to in the teaser that we will go over maybe a little bit in the surprise. So that was one thing I was going to ask. I was like, because it feels like there's a little bit of stuff that's already happened. So I was going to ask how far into the actual series does this go?
It is about 2 years after the first monster appearance, more or less. Actually, let me just double check while I look. Because I do need it. Like, people are like, why did you have to write something? And I'm like, because I need to know. Yeah, it's about 2 years. Nearly 2 years have passed since the first monster. And, and they kept coming. And they showed up. And there are events that occur that spread and move. And, Rick's not the only one who knows this. And in fact, like, while I just finished the rough draft of concept of Rick dealing with this event. So the pilot episode is is going to be hopefully about anywhere between 45 to 75 minutes long, and it's going to be Rick after his parents die. Mm-hmm. And what's going to happen is it's literally going to open up with him in a custom cell in the Singapore airport, and he's just being harassed because in Singapore, they don't really care for trans folk. So, but people obviously, and depending if you're listening to this, that will actually be one of the reasons why Rick is having a hard time in the cell, is because he is not being listened to, not because they think he's crazy, they think because he's trans. And he's breaking protocol because it turns out his passport's flagged. Because he's supposed to go back to the States. He's not supposed to go to another country. But he goes, no, I'm seeing a friend, which is true. And it's funny because, like I said, Rick is supposed to be me. So Rick is actually seeing a person who I know in Singapore. And then I introduce another scientist, and it's Rick's being very elusive because he also can't just go be like a giant monster is. And it's hinted that it was a storm that wiped everybody out. And then, he's just he's really struggling on what to do next, because he's not only dealing with the death of his parents, but he's also dealing with knowing that there is something in the ocean that has never been seen before, and it's unknown. And then as the pilot goes on, the pilot will end with, the big reveal. But what will go even crazier is the first event, 2 monsters do show up. At the same time, one in Singapore and one in Salt Lake City. And the fact that that's the big change, because they just pop up technically. Mm-hmm. So Rick now realizes that there's much more to this than he thought. And as the series goes on, and we'll talk about it in the surprise more, Rick, like I said, is kind of forced into the role of being the expert. And there were originally characters like Rick in the original drafts. Rick had a love interest that was supposed to be with him. You actually can read the original pilot online at Here There Be Titans at blogspot.com.
You can send it to me, and I can add it into the description.
And actually, what's really funny is if you look around that blog, you actually can see technically what Tyrannus and Stegoros looked before this current Apex draft. And I'm sending it to you now because the Titan project was what I was working on before I went to Korea. This was supposed to be the big old hootenanny. And it actually, and I will say, like, granted, while the first story arc will follow very closely to what we will see in the opening sequence, and I will send you the original design for the last design of Tyrannus before he became what he is now, and what we'll talk about in a moment. If you want to share that look, you can.
Yeah, let me open that up. There we are.
Because I do want to like kind of point out that Tyrannus went through a massive change in design.
There we are. You can see that, right?
Yeah. So this is what Tyrannus looked like when this was still Titan, and when this is like Tyrannus is very the archetype dinosaur character. And you'll see that some of these design elements do stay with his future designs. And like, again, Tyrannus is supposed to be the me monster in this story. So he has, he's a curious creature. He's intelligent. We find out that like, I actually want to write a story, a mini series called Apex Historica, which is actually about Tyrannus growing up. And so like talking
perspective.
Yeah, from his perspective, and it introduces other monsters, and like, in the time he was growing up is the age of the Phoenicians. So like it shows, because Tyrannus is eventually revealed to be the Leviathan, the inspiration for Leviathan.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny because like I'm looking at this and like Tyrannus is, it's more or less the same, and like he does become like the icon of the whole series and the like. But as much as I loved this design when I drew him, I started to realize like this isn't how I want Tyrannus to be, because we've all seen our very featherless scaled dinosaur monsters, and it's a dime a dozen, and I wanted to make him more interesting. So like if you want, maybe we could go into the special and we could talk about the menagerie of Wave 1.
Yeah, sure. Actually, let me do that right now. Let me switch back over here. Are we ready? So this is the big surprise that we've had for everyone here. And here we actually have some of the new art. Henry, you mind just going into?
Yeah, is there a way we could full screen this, you think?
Let me see. Yeah.
So, yes. So this is the Apex Field Guide. The front cover is a amazing inked drawing that Destiny, aka Kaiju Hime, did as practice because she wanted to draw like cool monsters, and I was like, draw Tyrannus. So she actually drew this from memory, which I thought was really impressive. And it makes me happy. She actually sent me the original, and I have it somewhere near me. But you can access this field guide on our Patreon. It's available at any level: the $1, the $3, the $5, the $10 tier. And I'll talk about more of the Patreon stuff later. But this is the Wave 1 field guide. It actually is going to get an update to it soon, within the next week or so, because we're also not only are there apex organisms, but there are AO subspecies, which are creatures that are related to the apex organisms but are much smaller scale. But like I said, so this is I'll read it out loud for everybody. The following contents are the recorded AOs, apex organisms, that will be featured in the first series of the audio drama Apex. The story will focus on the modern world dealing with a sudden threat of giant monsters that appear around the globe with unfamiliar and surprising origins. Some of this material has been censored and created for reader safety. Some of the research of these fantastic creatures are not yet ready for the public. And then, because it's my favorite quote from Shakespeare, and it's because it's the opening for King Kong versus Godzilla, and I think the best way to describe giant monsters in general is, There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt up in your philosophies. And I think that is the best way to describe what I want to do with this series. So are you ready, bud?
Yeah, no, just tell me when to scroll.
All right, you can scroll down now. So this is our main character. As you can see, Tyrannus has gone through a lot of changes from the design before. He is now feathered because I wanted him feathered. Those are actually not wings. What they are, it's kind of like cockatoo head feathers. So he's able to put those down and put those up. But Tyrannus's main ability is electricity. He produces his own bioelectrical currents. In fact, he had on his vertebra, he has a very similar muscle structure to an electric eel. But what's really interesting is in his evolution, not only can he generate his own electricity, he can absorb electricity from outside sources. And those structures on his back are actually natural lightning rods. So Tyrannus surfaces sometimes to store energy because the electricity keeps him warm when he's swimming in benthic climates, benthic levels of the ocean. He's a fun little character. I'm really happy with his new look.
And of course, you mentioned Guanlong earlier in the stream, so I assume probably the crest up here was part of the influence or the feathers specifically.
So the reason why I bring up Guanlong is because in this universe, Rick's dad is a famous paleontologist because Rick's father discovered a species of theropod dinosaurs called Henosaurids. And Henosaurids are an off branch of the Tyrannosaurus lineage, where instead of shrinking the arms for a big head, the arms of Guanlong stayed the same, but started to becoming a much more adaptable species. And the Henosaurids, and what made the Henosaurids unique is the fact that the first Henosaurid fossil was found after the KT boundary. So it was the big discovery that there was a lineage of dinosaurs that survived the KT extinction because what these animals had the ability to do was become semi-aquatic, much like an alligator or crocodile. So I'm kind of, I'm twisting some history, and I made up a whole species of these creatures. But like Tyrannus is actually known as a Henosaurid titanus, which is the Titanic ruling lizard. But he's a natural AO. So there are classifications for the apex organisms. A natural AO is a giant monster that naturally has evolved to its size and abilities. And his subclassification is prehistoric megafauna, so living fossils. Fun fact, the day he is first discovered is actually my birthday. His origin of location is Challenger's Deep Marianas Trench because a big influence to the start of this story was actually Steve Alton's The Meg. And I loved the idea of Challenger's Deep. So, and I won't go too much for why they were in Challenger's Deep because, as we'll find out, it was to bring Tyrannus to the surface. But it's like a documentary. They're filming a documentary because they're looking for squids. They're looking for giant squids. But Tyrannus is not aggressive, more or less. He can be, but usually when he goes onto land, what he does is, so like obviously the world has changed since he's been on land. He's not very used to cities yet. And actually he appears in Singapore because he's attracted to the electricity in the city. In his first like rampage, it's actually him like eating transformers to absorb electricity. Because he has a nictating lens that allows him to see electrical currents. So he views this as a way of being defensive, especially when like the Air Force comes to shoot at him. And I talk about how his like feathers are densely compact due to being underwater for so long and due to the pressure. So it's one of the reasons why he can survive most conventional weapons. And as you can see with the arms, he does lose the elbow blades I gave him, but I liked having him with the feather arms. And this is kind of how I envision dinosaurs in general. So he's a very he's intelligent. He doesn't really care. Like a great way to describe him is probably his behavior is very similar to the legendary Godzilla, more or less. Maybe not as aggressive, but he is just kind of like on his own. He can be curious, and like Rick does develop a love for Tyrannus, and we find out the reason why Rick calls him Tyrannus as his official designation is also when Rick realizes that he might have been trained since being as a child to do it, because Tyrannus is what he used to call his father's research specimen, because it's revealed that his father was studying Leviathan, and Rick couldn't say Leviathan, so Rick just called him Tyrannus. So it's an ode to an actual like true event where I drew Tyrannus when I was 8, and Tyrannus just still had the tusk, still had the head crest, green skin, all that jazz. But things have changed, and he's more at home on water. But he doesn't eat, like, his diet is mostly like schools of fish and squids. He occasionally will eat a whale now and again, but actually he likes to swim with whales. Like he's a very, as the series goes on, he's a very like, he doesn't like pollution. That's a huge thing. So he actually has a lot of conflict with creatures that are spawned by pollution. Do you have any more questions about Tyrannus before we go into the next one?
I was gonna say, like, specifically with his head, the shape of it reminds me a lot of more Abelosaur kind of theropods, so like Carnotaurus, Rugops, Brontosaurus, in terms of just its structure, which I just find interesting since it's that one clade of theropods that a lot of people say would not have feathers due to Carnotaurus's extensive integument being preserved. So I just found that interesting.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but
no. Well, I made him have I had him have a more stunted face because I wanted to make him a little bit more. I wanted to play around with him more, that he's kind of more compact since he does spend most of his time underwater. And like the way he eats is, so he can shoot lightning out of his mouth. That is his like super attack, which is crazy. Like when they first see it, because like literally his feathers start to like spark. Like it's it's a tribute to the Godzilla spines, but instead of like glowing blue, literally it's like watching a power station just spark up all over. And then it's an instant lightning strike that erupts out of his mouth. But that's like his last resort. Usually what he does is he actually can like send out electrical pulses out of the spines down his back. So that's actually how he hunts, is he just kind of like stuns the area around him and then slowly collects the food that he can find. So that's why he doesn't have like, what you would imagine a typical fish-eating animal would have with a long snout, because he doesn't need to have that.
Or
he doesn't
either.
Yeah. So, it's me just explaining like why I want him to be a swimming dinosaur. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Like his tail is a little bit more alligator-like, and for those curious, the stamp is actually my name in Korean. So that's my official stamp, which is super fun. Any more questions on Tyrannus?
Like the blacked out parts. It reminds me a lot of the Have you like looked at the SCP articles before from the SCP?
I've read some of them and I really like them, and I really need to get more into that series.
Yeah, like a lot. There's a lot of different articles that have these blacked out lines. It just sort of gives it a nice in-universe kind of fun, government kind of feel to it, which I like.
Yes, and then any more questions on Tyrannus?
None in particular. I do like the fact that you go into a big explanation behind his lineage, and I also like you answering the question regarding his head and just the design. It definitely, let me just go back to the original designer here. It's definitely come a long way from this now to this. Probably out of any kind of dinosaur monster, it's probably one of the more and unique, without a doubt.
And and since they're not ready yet, but I will show them. So we actually, Tyrannus also is one of the first apex organisms to have an apex subspecies. They're not mini Tyrannuses, but if we can see it here, so he has parasites on him in his feathers. He has two types. These are called amobites. They are a type of ammonite that actually burrow into his skin and use a filter feeding system, but also feed off his like blood in a sense. And what's crazy is after his rampage through Singapore and like some of the missile stuff, Rick finds like broken amobites and he's just like, what the hell are these? And their shell is made of metal so they don't get burned up with the electricity. And then we also have, they'll be introduced in a sequence, but Tyrannus also has a cleaner parasite known as sparker shrimps. And they are a type of shrimp that also have a metallic-like exoskeleton, and they can generate their own electricity as well. And they like to, they also feed off Tyrannus' electricity. So it's very interesting because these creatures like kind of come with ecosystems on them.
What I was gonna say was, if you were to take a sparker shrimp, like a live one, and if you could grab it, would it like shock you?
Yeah, they do shock, and eventually, they become a delicacy. Like, this is a thing that I do explore. Like, we will explore stuff like what would happen to diets, what would happen to all sorts of stuff.
What I was thinking was if someone could grab it without getting shocked and then kind of throw it, it'd be like a little lightning grenade kind of.
Yeah, no, they're fascinating. And this is a new concept for Apex, which is another reason why I'm so excited with this draft, because I never really explored subspecies. So I'm really excited. Any more things on Tyrannus?
Specifically on Tyrannus, no. And I noticed in the chat a lot of people are saying that it's a very unique and interesting design, which, again, I have to concur. From a lot of the designs I've seen in my years, you definitely do blow it out of the park here with Tyrannus.
Well, get ready for the next one, because this is just the tip of the iceberg. We've got 25 more monsters to go.
All right. And
so Tyrannus is known as the alpha event. This is the beta event. So this is our second apex organism. This is Stegoros. Stegoros is actually based off my friend Jack, who was just on my Lost World Jurassic Park. Jack was my first friend, and his favorite dinosaurs were stegosaurs. So this is my ode to him. And what's really funny is Stegoros used to have a structure on his cheeks that went like this, but now Jack has like a crazy beard, so that's why Stegoros has protrusions that go forward to kind of reflect that.
I do like that.
And what's really fun is Stegoros is kind of like a mix match of all my favorite traits of Stegosaurs, and also I did not mean this on purpose to make the first two monsters a total tribute to Godzilla and Anguirus. That was not my intention at all. But then
is he's got Kentrosaurus style upper limb spines, obviously the Stegosaurus spines, and then running down here, I'm not maybe wrong on the structure, but they do remind me a lot of sort of European and Asian Stegosaurus spine structures.
So Stegoros literally comes out of the Rockies and wanders into Salt Lake City. Just appears. It's reference that there are weird sightings of a moving mountain, but everybody just thinks it's drunk hillbillies in the Rockies seeing drunk things. But what's really fascinating is, do you see the things that are between his plates?
These plates right here.
No, the in between his dorsal plates.
Yeah, right here.
So notice how they're kind of like a mossy green.
Yeah.
So those are actually feathers. They're a feather structure on him. Now, what makes Stegoros unique, and this is something that I always wanted to do, and it's actually inspired by one of the Godzilla Legend comics, because I thought it was a very fascinating idea. So Stegoros, when he first appears and the U.S. military attacks him, he does go on a little bit of a rampage because he's getting shot at and he's mad. But after that, he just kind of stays away from cities, any human settlements. He just wanders the desert, and eventually Stegoros is classified a national park in a sense.
Yeah, no, that's also mentioned in the preview, is that he's
Yeah.
considered the national park.
So, and this is because the feathers is actually an ecosystem. There actually are like mosses that grow on his feathers, which gives the green tint. Because it's kind of like how sloths are green. It's that kind of algae. And in fact, Stegoros also has quote unquote parasitic organisms. Stegoros has an unknown species of trilobite that lives on him, that grazes on the algae. And this trilobite design that I have is also a reference to sea slugs that create their own chloroform. So they have these like little chloroform stems there. And then what eats these are a species of pterosaur that are evolved to eat between the armor of it. And then, like, of course, that's all in its own quite intense for the world. But what's even crazier still is when they make an expedition to climb Stegoros, they also find like herds of deer and like a bear and like eagles, and like there are animals living on Stegoros's back, which is why he eventually gets the nickname of the national park. And he's a gentle giant, but he and Tyrannus actually do eventually meet. They do eventually meet, and what's really interesting is they meet, and at first they meet around Baja. And at first they get a little territorial, but then they become friends. Like they do get eventually the Anguirus kind of vibe. And as it said in the teaser, Stegoros is one of the first monsters to die in the series in what is known as the Battle for Galveston, which leads to a whole crazy event. And it's the first time we really see Tyrannus go nuts. And all that jazz. But Stegoros is a pretty big monster. He's 36 meters at the shoulder. He's 73 meters in length. He's a fun little gentle giant. And he's actually based off a water. There is actually a Native American legend about the water panther, which some people think might have been Native Americans meeting stegosaurids. So and what's interesting is, even though this specimen of Stegoros is dead, there is the possibility that there are more Stegoroses in dormancy, and that is even mentioned in the bio.
Will they be like classed as like, will they have different names to them, or like subspecies names, or will they be like just Stegoros 2 or something?
It might be Stegoros 2. I'm still working on it, because like the reason why they believe this is they find something they call Big Mama, which is a apex skeleton of the parent of Stegoros. But they do find out that there were other eggs, and those eggs are fragments. So then, like, the organization that we eventually have in this universe is the UN sanctioned source called Atlas. And Atlas starts looking through the Rockies to try and see if they can find other dormant Stegoroses. But we won't know for sure until much later in the series.
I do have to say, I like the mix of like the kind of reddish purple with the blue.
Yeah.
I don't get to see blue used a lot for monster designs, really.
No, and that's one of the reasons why I like it. And also, what's really interesting too is when Stegoros dies, the ecosystem leaves his body. So now we've got this species of pterosaur living in North America. And then we've got these trilobites, which are now like starting to graze into human crops. So because nothing in the ecosystem can really combat them except those two species. But since they're expanding, it's like people don't know what to do with them. Because also, like, technically, the series does explore the thing of like, holy crap, technically these are endangered species. Like, do we have the right to kill them? And it becomes a huge political debate. Do you have any more questions for Stegoros?
I noticed that you didn't really. Does he have any powers at all?
He's just brute. He's just a brute. Yeah, he's just a brute. No crazy powers for him.
And does the 24th have a significance, or was it just sort of
It's just because it's just because it's the same day as I think it's the same day as no, the 24th is the day that Tyrannus appears in Singapore.
Okay.
So that's why they are seen at the same time.
Gotcha.
But yeah, and I'm trying to find.
But I do not have any more questions for Lesteros, so I will scroll down to the next one, which is the other monster that was mentioned in the little preview, and that is Zotes.
Zotes or Zots. I like to say Zots. So Zots is actually my brother Harrison. And Harrison, as I've said, is the New York City dancer. And actually, Zots' hands are based off Harrison's hands when he dances. Zots is a very agile creature, very smart. His mutation has an incredible metabolism, which is similar to my brother because since he dances all day, he eats a lot, but he stays pretty fit. So, and Zots is our first mutation class monster. And what's really cool is Zots is actually a mutated chupacabra. The chupacabra is actually... So, fun fact. The chupacabra didn't exist till the 90s. There's no ancient legend of a chupacabra. Like, it's just... It appeared in the 90s out of the blue in Puerto Rico. And the reason for that in this universe is because during the Vietnam crisis, they needed a weapon. And this is where we start going to a little bit of the conspiracies that go into Apex. But the U.S. government created Project Stoker. And Project Stoker created 11 experimental genetic weapons, which escaped their Puerto Rico facility during the Cold War and became the myth for the chupacabra. And the government was secretly collecting them, and that's why there were chupacabra sightings. That's why you get chupacabra sightings from the Caribbean all the way to South America, because this like family group of experiments were trying to avoid being captured. They're pretty intelligent, but what makes Zots unique is, like I said, there were 11. Zots is experiment 12, because he is actually he's an offspring. Yeah, which they weren't supposed to be able to do. So that's why that's why while the other experiments were killed, Zots was captured when he was still at Chupacabra. And then he was brought to Andros at the Autek base, which in my family, we actually have property in the Bahamas on the island of Andros. And Autek is like the Area 51 of the Caribbean. So he is taken there and he is injected with an unknown serum at the time, which causes his mutation to the size that he is. And Zots is a human predator. Like, not only is Zots always hungry, Zots also is very mad at humanity and is very aggressive towards humans and enjoys to eat them as like kind of revenge because they killed his parents. Zots gets these quills on his shoulders that they're full of a venom. And he can, I'm still debating on this, but because originally I thought about him like ramming people with them or maybe like being able to shoot them out. But I also think Zots is smart enough to pull them out of himself and like defend himself with them. He's a smart son of a bitch.
So sort of like daggers and stuff.
Yeah, he is a living weapon. But what's really crazy is Zots like eats this whole town in the Bahamas known as the Fresh Creek Massacre. He eats everybody. No one's left alive. And then he appears in Nassau, Bahamas, where he fights the military briefly before disappearing into the ocean. And then he appears in Miami and causes massive devastation. And just like this story will be very graphic of him like hunting humans because he's not super big. He's only 30. I think he's no bigger than Kong and Skull Island. Like he is going to be like elusive and very dangerous.
Yeah,
And
he's a
what's even
little, I think, bigger than Kong, but he's around like the same. He's also a little smaller than Baragon is from Frankenstein.
yeah,
So
but
like he's definitely perfect human eating giant monster size.
but what's crazier still is the unknown chemical substance that he was injected with, which causes his growth spurt, also created some other side effects, not just the quills. So Zotz eventually gets allies. Zotz has always gotten allies because eventually we'll explore this in a moment. But Zotz has two very interesting traits. He can regenerate. There's even and we'll go into the length of this regeneration later on because some monsters are due to this, but also Zotz's. So I started to explore the idea of biodebris of these monsters, and people shoot at Zotz. Zotz's blood is spilled. Also, Zotz's skin is pulled over, and these are pieces of flesh.
Hmm.
Scavengers start eating remains of Zotz. This will eventually cause problems because while the animals that eat this biodebris are unaffected, their offspring are not so lucky. And this eventually creates a very sudden appearance that plagues America during the time Zotz is stateside, as it were. Do you have any more questions? Also, Zotz and Tyrannus have a very big rivalry because Zotz is the one that kills Stegoros, and we'll talk about that battle in a little bit.
I was gonna say, are the things that plague America, are they in here, or do you have a drawing that you would want me to show your face for?
Excuse me?
The progeny of the scavengers that feed off of like the extra Zot pieces. Do you have a picture of that for you right now, or is that further?
Oh, they're further down, but I will note Zotz is also our first mutated AO, and his subclassification is genetic experiment, and as it says, it's Cold War biological weapon. Also, he appears on May 5th, so like literally not even a week has really passed since Singapore and Salt Lake City's destruction. And in fact, just a little plot device. It's not until Zotz attacks Miami, people in the States don't think the monsters are real. They think Stegoros is a stunt, which is supposed to be a commentary on just like American views and like Singapore. It's not until the Miami attack is when people start realizing that there are monsters. There are monsters that are not just going to destroy cities, but they're also going to go after humans because they are a prime food source. So
no, I do like that.
Yeah.
But so primarily is it Zot's killing Stegoros that causes Tyrannus to have that grudge, or was there always some kind of territorial?
Well, Tyrannus doesn't really at first care for the mutation creatures because he knows they're unnatural. So it's an instinct. But Zotz and Tyrannus, because Harrison and I are really close now, but we as kids were very at each other's throats, quite literally. And this event is actually based off something that did happen. But Tyrannus beats the living crap out of Zotz, technically, and like Zotz is thought to be dead, but we'll go into what happened later on. So if you're ready for the next critter.
I was also going to say, would it be fair to say that Zotz is the first kind of major antagonist of the series?
Yes, that is very fair to say. Zotz is the first major antagonist to the series, but like he's not evil. Like he is somewhat of a tragic character because his parents were killed by humans. He's going through this like painful mutation. He's forever hungry. He's alone. Like when we first meet Zotz, he actually gets quite lonely. But that gets fixed later on, and Zotz raises a lot of hell when he's not so lonely. But we're ready for the next one. So now
Oxalotl.
Yep. Well, this is actually an Olm. And what's even crazier still is this is actually so So I love Hollow Earth theory. It's my favorite thing. I love it. And like that's why in Kong Skull Island, when I was like, how are they going to explain these giant monsters? And they were like, Hollow Earth theory. And I went freaking nuts. But in Titan and now Apex, there's always been an underworld that is discovered. And this is the first instance of that underworld. So Arasa appears in the Albion Alps at a newly discovered cave system that they call the Gate of Proteus, because they find a lot of alms at the mouth of the gate. They don't realize that these are actually baby tazel worms. So this is the size of a tazel worm, more or less to a human. They are a evolved species of olm. If you notice the like little circles and the organs that go down their spine, these creatures not only secrete an almost acidic slime, they also have magnetic powers to help them dig underground. Since they are just like slimy amphibians. This is also based off my cousin, and because I wanted to make a creature for my cousin that showed her regality. And Arasa is like the queen of the tazel worms. And we actually do find out that Arasa is not a fully grown female. The tazel worms are mostly male. Arasa is a still growing female. And you could tell the difference between male and female by the fact that females have two tails, divergence, while tazel worms do not. But a team is sent to the Gate of Proteus because the first expedition disappeared. And the second one goes in and they find these tazel worms and they think that's what caused the thing. And then Arasa awakens because she gets defensive of her brood. And pretty much because of these disturbances, she literally burrows with her acidic slime and magnetism out of the Albion Alps. And eventually she just like pops up in France. She's she's one of the longest monsters. She's also one of the smallest monsters. She's also the first antiquity AO. So originally I had a concept called the Howling Gene. It is no longer called that. It's now called the Mythocyte gene. And Mythocyte is a DNA protein that enhances creature sizes, but they also activate dormant cells and activate mutations. So Arasa is pretty much the Gate of Proteus is one of the several openings to what is eventually called the Hollow World, which is a lost world. It's just Hollow Earth theory, but it's this lost world of creatures that have mythocyte in them. And there are no, you're not going to find lost dinosaurs down here. I think there is the possibility of one, but we find a lot of Paleozoic animals that have mythocyte in them. This whole ecosystem is crazy, but
so
they eventually
trilobites, anomalocards, stuff like that, I assume.
Yep, crazy. There's some crazy stuff, and it is revealed the expedition that first found the Gate of Proteus, they did not perish at the hands of the tazel worms or Arasa, because it turns out they're vegetarians and they eat like moss and stuff. They were hunted by the apex predator species of this ecosystem, and that won't be revealed until a little later. But we could go to the next one unless you have any other questions.
I was gonna say, is her magnetism strong enough that she could extract the iron out of someone's blood?
No, but she can pretty much manipulate minerals around her if there's enough to create a shield. Because she's an olm, they're soft animals, they're easily breakable. So this is a defense mechanism that they have evolved because there are some tough creatures in this world. And it's their defense system against some of these predators.
I was thinking it would be kind of cool to see her develop armor around her, kind of how in T2 how the liquid metal kind of looks like on the Terminator, seeing that kind of liquefy around her before it solidifies into some hard metal. I was just thinking that would be something really cool to see, but there we go. Next one.
All right. So this is another Hollow World creation. This is based off another buddy of mine. This is Ologi. Originally, they were going to be called Khan, but there might be one. This is a whole species. If you look at the sizes, they actually go from anywhere between 1.8 meters in height to 12.2 meters in height. And their length can go from anywhere from 3.7 meters to a whopping 24.4 meters in length.
Also, Henry, before you continue on, you realize you actually said the word con, so this is something we've done on the channel now. You have to yell con for us.
Oh, okay. Con! That's what you're gonna, because I think my dad's asleep upstairs. But so this is based off of, no worries. This is based off the Mongolian death worm. Which I actually just found out was debunked. It turns out it was a snake, but whatever. And that's actually mentioned in the bio as well. But pretty much like an exports kind of documentary series goes to the Gobi Desert, to the Flaming Cliffs to discover the Mongolian death worm and do like all this stuff. But their camp at night gets attacked. But not by Ologi at first. They get attacked by this. So this is a mysterious predator that lives in the sand.
Oh.
And I'll talk about it more, but I will say this is the drone of this species. So yeah, we're gonna have fun with that one in a bit. But Ologis are like they're bobbit worms. They're literally giant bobbit worms that go underground. They have highly pointed venom in their tails. And eventually I'm playing around with the idea that the venom is soon harvested and becomes like a hallucinogenic drug for people. Like I said, I want to explore the fact of like biodebris and how humans would use biodebris of these animals. Because I don't think that's ever really like super explored in the genre itself.
No, it's not.
And Ologi, like, they come in various sizes. Like the Ologi's opening story, it's just going to be one. It's just going to be one Ologi. But there will be a story where literally like 4 of them come out of the ground to fight a cool apex creature. But they're giant bobbit worms, so it's a terrifying creature. And the armor is super thick. They're highly aggressive. They're very predatorial. But eventually it turns out that they sometimes will work with the drones of the mysterious predator that we'll explore later on in the series. Any more questions for Ologi?
No more questions for Ologi. One actually. Can they like roll kind of like
They can't really roll. They just they're like I said, they're bobbit worms, so they centipede and stuff, but they don't really roll. They can like lift their tail a bit to like do a stinging strike. But the reason why the tails are the way at the end is because it's a defensive measure, because they're pretty, as you can see, the front's pretty difficult, but they would have been exposed in the end if they didn't have anything to really defend themselves. Because like I said, the Hollow World is a very eat or be eaten place. Everything has a defense against something. So like eventually we will see like later in the series, like Arasa fighting Ologi. Ologis are will eventually become a very commonplace antagonistic AO creature for this series. But they do show a primal intelligence. This is one of my pride and joys in monster creation. I love her.
It's like, it's kind of like a cobra mixed with obviously like a predatory plant in a lot of ways.
Also, that hood closes like a Venus flytrap. In fact, when we first find her, they think she's a plant, and then she opens up to reveal that she is still a plant. But so this is Narose. This is another mutated AO. She's a genetic experiment, but she is a climate change experiment. So at this time, the UN has sanctioned Atlas Atlas is a multinational organization to study and develop defenses against the AOs. And one of the first missions for Atlas was to send a team to investigate giant snakes in the South Kalimantan on Indonesia, which is on the island of Borneo. They go into a dense part of the rainforest, and they eventually discover a lab, an abandoned lab from like the 70s. They find research records and all that jazz, and they collect that. They also find a garden. And what they eventually find out is that they're not snakes, it's her tendrils. She has been growing left undisturbed in the rainforest for a long time, and she is now being able to like get into the fields that are by the rainforest eating cows and humans. And what's really crazy is like, while many people are like, oh, she's a snake, she is actually a plant. She is a plant. She is not a snake. She is a modified, it's revealed that Nerose is a modified plant with reptilian DNA. The creator of Nerose knew about climate change and that plants would suffer from the upcoming rise in temperatures. So she wanted to design a species of plant that would survive temperature change. So making a plant reptilian-esque meant that it would adapt to whatever temperatures. So it would go dormant and cold and then be thriving and hot and be able not to overheat. Also, her tendrils that look like closed Venus flytraps, she can use those as clubs, but the longer a Nerose goes, the quicker those clubs eventually become other Nerose pods. You can kind of see the pod at the bottom of her is also on the tips of at the bottom of those stalks.
Oh,
so
I could see that right there.
So she can grow quite like you could get whole forests of Nerose if they're left unchecked. But also a great detail is even though Nerose's eye doesn't have like the purple thing on her head is actually like a sensory organ, like a primitive eye. And the holes on her side are like a sensory thing. And I like the fact that her tongues are actually like flower polyps. She actually has snake eyes running down her stem.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, which is a defensive measure to make sure that the plant is still aware. They're mostly decorative, but they also are actually a way for her to see. It should be noted that this specimen of Rose was eaten.
Oh.
Yeah, she was eaten by the next entry. But before we go, any comments on her?
I was gonna say, are these things is their appetite so large that they can't really be sated? But hypothetically, could these be put into a docile state similar to how snakes can, like the idea of snake charming?
There will be a specimen that is discovered that has been left unchecked for a very long time. That will be interesting, but that will not happen till much, much, much later.
Yeah, so you cannot spoil.
Yeah, and as you'll notice, there's a lot of her information that's crossed out. Because I will say, when Rick gets the information about Nerose, it really affects him in a way that he was not expecting. And what's even more is another reason why, like I said, this is the first specimen of Nerose. There is something that allows her to spread, but I'm not going to explain how that mechanism works quite yet. We will go into the next monster if you want, though.
It's a platypus.
It's platypus. We've got the mutated AO platypus. Platypus is the first, as you see, it's blacked out, but I'll tell you guys now, she is the first recorded Cradle isotope mutation. There is a company called Cradle in this world. They have their hands in everything. And Cradle gets into a little trouble earlier that year because they had a tanker that was attacked by eco-terrorists and it went wrong. And a experimental growth hormone used for food production leaks into the Pacific Ocean. and gets swept up into the currents. And this thing pretty much is like mercury poisoning, but instead of killing an organism, it mutates it to a larger, more evolved size. And platypus is literally a giant female platypus who grows male-like poisonous quills on her back, and she actually has the barbs on her front paws as weapons. She can go on her 2 legs, but she usually walks around on her 4 legs. She, again, is one of the smallest monsters. But she literally, so the Atlas team is dealing with Neurose, and then all of a sudden, Platypus erupts out of the rainforest, out of nowhere, and battles Neurose, and then eats Neurose by literally taking her beak and ripping Neurose's stalk in half, which then erupts a bunch of like honey-like residue into the air. And there's some stuff. There are sightings of her in May. She appears in June. Yeah, June 1st is when she first appears. Because apparently in May there were sightings of like a large mass disturbing the fish stock outside Australia and Indonesia. She's fun. She's a fun
just kind of looking at her stance, I could just imagine that you said she doesn't really go on her 2 legs a lot, that she kind of just waddles around when she's on her 2 legs.
Yeah,
she looks really friendly. I like how she looks. And the mix of coloration is really nice.
Yeah, she eats things. She's a very aggressive predator, but she kind of stays away from humans. But she does cause an environmental impact because like her mutation is so new that like eventually she will cool off, but it's because it's not like what I was mentioning with Zots, where it's the next generation. Literally a platypus that ate an animal filled with cradle isotope, she mutated like right then and there, kind of in the way that they did in Rampage. So like literally she is just hungry. She's been eating fish, but she eventually gets into Indonesia and like smells Neurose and thinks it's a reptile. So she treks into the forest to eat it, pretty much. And while so like this will be classified, and I'm not going to go into it too much, but after they leave Neurose's death scene, which is now a rainforest covered in a honey-like substance, these things will start to be sighted.
They look kind of like, well, I can't say bees, or kind of flyish too, based on the proboscis. Where those mandibles?
Well, this is actually based off the Wallace's giant bee, which is a species. It's the largest species of bee in the world, which are found in Indonesia. But these show up. They won't be cited. Like when the episode is written, the team will miss them completely. Like no one, like someone might mention like a buzzing, but they might just think it's like like just a bunch of small bees, not almost human-sized bees. But literally in like killer bees. But in wave 2, we will find out what these things truly are, and it reveals more depth into the lost world of these monsters. So we can go into the next one now if you don't have any more questions for Platypus.
I do not.
All right, so this is our first. So originally it was just one, but then when I was doing this recent draft, I realized it would be more fun to do a family. These are sandcats. These are some of the smallest AOs that ever are recorded. The male is known as Amit. The female is known as Bast. And they have 3 cubs. These are also cradle isotope mutations. But unlike the ocean variant, these were discovered outside the facility outside of Egypt, where this isotope was made. They're just giant sandcats. But what's really interesting is their tails are actually like hardened fur, and they're sharp like clubs, pretty much.
Sort of like a manticore.
Yes.
But less actual scorpion and more actual derived from an evolutionary a mutation standpoint, but based less in sort of combination and more.
And when they're found, it's not the adults are not found first. What is found first is one of the cubs, which gets captured and taken into Cairo. That's when the parents show up and hunt for their cub, and then they eventually get their cub. And then due to so what happens is the cub is eventually rescued, and they have a hard time, but they usually prey on like camels and other large games, and it's been noted that like there are missing people in their territory. But eventually Atlas figures out their home range, which is just a small patch of desert outside of Cairo. And they make the protective pretension area, which means that only Atlas and local military personnel are allowed to enter this part of the desert and are working to keep this family of AOs contained. So like they'll appear in a one-off episode, and like I said, a lot of these episodes are not going to have Rick show up. But like these, like it's going to explore a lot of people just trying to like think like, oh, these monsters are not going to appear here, and then all of a sudden these monsters appear here. And I just think, you know, it's fun to see more of these mammalian creatures, especially now that not only are we seeing like we're now leaving the idea of individuals, now we're seeing like families of AOs, like multiple organisms. So like this does start causing a stir with Atlas. Where people are like, we got to do something about these. So they try and create these pretension areas so civilians don't get harmed. Because, again, these are just animals. So they're going to stick to their territories. They're going to be defensive when they can. So, you know, and they can't blow them up. Like they're a scientific gold mine. Also, like the cubs become kind of like mascots to Egypt because they eventually, like, apex tourism becomes a thing, which is mentioned in the pilot.
In the pilot, yeah.
So, any more questions on these guys?
No, I do not, and that would lead us into the next one.
All right. So now we meet Yina, who is a female AO Koyozo or Kozote. So, real quick, like I said, the biodebris of Zots is eaten by scavengers, and eventually a pack of coyotes mutates into Zot coyote hybrids, which are super fun. This is a normal Kozote or Koyozo. And yeah, no, it's a coyote with Zot's traits, that highly aggressive predators, and they follow their pack leaders, which are AO-sized mutations. This is the female. As you can see, she has a lot of traits that are similar to a coyote, but also traits to Zots. The red tail, the skin coloring. Yeah. We even see that like her front paws trying to develop like Zots' like kind of claws with more stuff, and then like the bat-like ears, the pronounced canines, how the nose goes to be like Zots. I
also noticed that kind of there's no like fur on the rest of the body. That's kind of like a trait that chupacabras, like certain settings of chupacabras, were known to have.
Well, because I wanted to make reference to the coyote chupacabra myth.
Yeah, that's exactly. I do like that touch. It's a very nice touch there.
And what's interesting is, so Zots shows up in Atlanta, which causes problems, but the military shows up. Atlas starts using new weapons, and Zots literally like screams. And then all of a sudden, these things just run into the city to defend Zots. And what's crazy is, so this is the female. This is Yina. If you go down, you meet the male, which is Lucy. And as you can see, the mutation has changed a bit. While Yina is more on Zots' like agile sides, Lucy is more on the aggressive side of Zots'.
His upper limbs are a lot more bulkier. His tail is like filled with all the barbs, and he also seems like his body's been a lot more compressed, which I would say probably packs a lot of muscle into that smaller space there.
He's the brute, and like as you can see with the smaller ones, like the normal size ones, they are kind of a hybrid between the male and the females. They don't have the sexual dimorphism that the AO size ones have. But yeah, these show up, and in the Battle of Galveston, Lucy is one of the AOs that Tyrannus kills, which is fun. Tyrannus pretty much like bites his tail off and then throws him into a building, and impales him on Stegoros's spines, which is fun. But so Lucy is another one of the AOs that dies, and Lucy's body is actually taken to a unknown base by Atlas for study. And it's also Lucy's body that reveals the fact that Zotz's biodebris, if consumed by wildlife, the next generation creates hybrid animals that are half Zots. And what's crazy is, because of that DNA, Zots technically can control them. Zots is viewed as the alpha to these hybrids. But what's interesting is after Galveston, Zots is presumed dead. Yina is still alive, and Yina actually takes the remaining Kazotes into the desert because she's trying to track the body of her dead brother, pretty much. They're not mates, they're brother and sister, in all honesty. So it's very interesting. And like, so Yina kind of hides around wherever this base is. But she is not as aggressive as her brother, and she's not as aggressive as Zots, but it's very interesting where she goes. And in fact, like, she will eventually kind of get a redemption arc in a sense. But that's not until much later. But I will also note, this is just one of the Zots hybrids that come to Zots' aid in Atlanta. There is another one that comes up for aid in Atlanta, which is
that the next one?
That's the next one.
All right.
So this is one of my favorite creations. This is Agam.
This was also one of the other ones that I remember being mentioned in the episode as well.
Agam also perishes. Tyrannus literally shoots her out of the sky with a lightning bolt. So Agam is a AO of a Zolcher, which is the turkey vulture mutations of Zots, which you can see they lose their eyesight. They're blind. They have no eyes. They're all sensory organs. And you can actually see that in their chest is Zots' nose. They have because they're turkey vultures, they have a very heightened sense of smell. And like, you know, Zots' fangs are now like kind of tusks for them. They use their hearing a bit and stuff. And then like, you know, they're still feathered, but they also have Zots' bat-like webbing. But what's interesting, and this is a really fun thing, you're probably wondering why she's called Agam.
I'm thinking either I've heard of like legends of like giant birds, but that might not be related. So I'll let you take it away.
She's a reference to one of my favorite Looney Tunes characters.
Well, I was totally off base there. Which Looney Tunes character would that be?
She is based off Agatha and Emily, the two-headed vulture that is outside Dracula's castle when Bugs Bunny met Dracula.
Oh, I see.
So, like,
I have not seen any Looney Tunes content in years. So,
but that's the joke. So, you know, trying to come up with these names, like Yina and Lucy are based off like Yanaguchi, the skinwalkers. So like their names is split. So like I try to think about like what would the media call them, and I could totally imagine someone being like, why not just Agam, based off like the Looney Tunes two-headed vulture, because that's what she is. She's a two-headed vulture. And what's even funnier still is, so Agam does perish. She loses one of her heads, and the head is affectionately known as Emily. But we don't know what's wrong with Emily's head. Like, you know, they are blind. They use sense of smell. They're very aggressive in the air, and they also join what is called the pack with Zots. And event like Agam does die in Battle of Galveston, but her Zolchers are still around, and they are viewed as a big issue. And it's funny too, because like when Stegoros goes down, like his pterosaurs on his back actually will fight the Zolchers as well. It is a literal like war zone. It's the first like true giant monster conflict in a major city. in Galveston, where it's like Tyrannus and Stegoros versus Zots, the Coyotes, AOs, and then Agam in the sky. Zots is super quick. Agam is in the air. Stegoros is dealing with these coyote creatures like Tyrann, and then they've got to deal with the little ones as well. And the Atlas military is dealing with them. Like, it's a full-on battlefield in Galveston when this is all said and done. And like Tyrannus eventually becomes the last monster standing, because what happens is, with Stegoros down and Tyrannus going on a rampage, Tyrannus literally chases Zots, who is now getting exhausted because the battle is just insane. But Tyrannus literally grabs Zots by the arm and pretty much flings him into the ocean, with keeping Zots' arm in his mouth. So Zots is armless and flown into the ocean, presumed dead. And we'll go into that. But what's interesting is, though, Zots' arm from the Battle of Galveston, because Tyrannus just drops it because it's toxic to him. His arm disappears. No one knows where it goes. It will be revealed what happened to the arm, but that's a whole other story that comes out many waves later. So any more questions on the Zots hybrids?
These are all the Zots hybrids, correct? Or is
There's
there
one more, but that one makes an appearance much later in the series.
Okay, I got you.
It's a surprise.
I actually do very much like how mutated her feet are. Like, that's very much not like, a lot of people like having uniform details even on like mutation creatures. So I commend the detail here with how really nasty her feet look.
Yeah, no, and like even the Zulters have a bit of like, they're supposed to be like bird feet, but then Zots has 5 digits, so it's all they're hybrids. They're really they weren't pleasant being birthed. It's like reference that like literally they like that for the coyote ones, they find like erupted coyote parents pretty much, and like whole packs of coyotes get eaten by the hybrids. And so like, and the vulture eggs do the same thing. Like, they hatch from normal vulture, like the first generation hatches from a normal vulture egg, but these creatures are like, they become a problem. So like, not only are we dealing with the threat of the AOs, but these subspecies that are appearing are also an issue. So like, it's invasive species on its head. So it like, I'm exploring the fact that we're not just dealing with like these natural disaster monsters, but we're also dealing with like little thunderstorm monsters too. Like, it's not just these giant monsters that humanity has to adjust to. It's this whole ecosystem of creatures that are from above and below and from all over the place. And it's really interesting to see how it affects the environment.
The thought put into that is I love that.
Like I said, I've been working on this series for over a decade, so I'm pretty well versed on this.
Bring in the next big boy.
So
here.
This is Scylla. She's a jellyfish. She's a box jellyfish. She is also a cradle isotope. She first appears in Hawaii. In fact, they thought it was a UFO because Scylla flies.
Does she like she just kind of like float through the air like
the little dots at the top of her eyes, because box jellyfish do have eye like organs, so those are evolved from the cradle isotope. But she has little like air holes, and she can suck in air to fill up her medusa and float to hunt for prey. And when the first one is found, she's, the first one in Honolulu, she first appears in Honolulu, causes a lot of death. But she's eventually like destroyed. But what's interesting is another one pops up in San Francisco during a rampage of another AO, and Tyrannus showing up as well. But Rick starts noticing he doesn't understand why another one almost identical to the first Scylla is there. Because also, Rick is in this storyline because the Marine Research Center in Hawaii is the first research center to start studying cradle isotope creatures. This is a small menagerie. These are all native fishes and shellfish in Hawaii. There's even sponges and sea corals, a hermit crab, sea urchin, cone snail, like angelfish. These fish are all infected with cradle isotope and become big. Like, because remember, even though cradle isotope is not like toxic, it's a growth hormone. It was supposed to solve the food shortage. So it's just making animals bigger because it's supposed to increase food production. So, but then of course it has this weird ability to mutate the animals to larger, crazier sizes. So the Marine Research Center actually is collecting what they think are normal sized cradle isotope creatures, but not realizing that it's also creating AO sized creatures. But what is eventually revealed with Scylla is if she is blown up, she kind of is an immortal jellyfish. Pieces of her Medusa will, if left alone and not properly disposed of, will grow into other Scyllas. Like exact copies. So she technically can never die. And, you know, there will be episodes where it's like 5, 6, 10 all appearing in cities at different times. Like, you know, Scylla swarms will become an issue later on in the series. But I also will hint the fact that Rick eventually, Rick and his assistant discover this in a lab, and they actually keep one as a pet, as like a little bit of a study, because like they do start collecting specimens for study because the world's trying to find answers to these creatures, and you know the best way to learn how to defeat a creature is by keeping live specimens. And like when they realize that she's technically immortal, they do try and figure out different ways. So they like take samples from her and take that, and then they like But what's interesting is Scylla grows to her environment. So left in the ocean, she gets to her 82 foot long across Medusa size with tentacle length reaching up to 180 feet. But like if you keep her in like a tank, she will only grow to the size of the tank. So like it's all going into deep sea gigantism and dwarfism. Like animals usually grow to the size of their environments. So that is something that I use to explain like even Tyrannus' own size, that he's just an example of deep sea gigantism to handle the depths. But do you have any questions for Scylla?
I noticed I was reading through while you were talking. It mentions a neurotoxin, and obviously there's a lot of biomass and biodebris that's going to be used in the series. So I assume as the series goes on, we're going to see a lot of like probably maybe some weaponry and stuff made out of their remains.
There eventually AO weapons will become a hot topic in this series because it's going to be introduced, because there will be an event in this series where AO weapons have to be developed, and when that event is dealt with, the world has to deal with the fact that now nations have AO classed weapons, which in the wrong hands can cause a lot of issues. And we find out, and that's also around the time when we find out the machinations that this might have all been orchestrated to occur. But yeah, we got our next little buddy coming up. This is Morris. He is a giant elephant seal. He's also one of the heaviest monsters. He's also one of the largest sea creatures. He devastated Homer, Alaska, and then pretty much hunted whales all the way down to the San Francisco area. I believe San Diego, sorry. Where he battled the second Scylla, and Tyrannus showed up. And this is after Tyrannus had just done the Battle of Galveston, so he's kind of pissed with mutations. But what's crazy is Mars's blubber is an insulator, so Tyrannus's lightning strike actually doesn't work on him. So
yeah, like Tyrannus I noticed that.
Tyrannus actually has to have a physical battle in the water with Maris. But eventually Tyrannus is able to beat Maris, but Maris survives. And then this is another issue because Maris eventually starts swimming in the Channel Islands National Park, which technically, since it's a national park, the military has a hard time going into because people are worried about if they try and attack Maris, they might upset the whale populations and all that jazz. This is also when people start really having issues with like, should we be using weapons on these creatures? Should we be learning how to like maybe contain them to stop them? But like Maris is a threat. And Maris, will appear. Maris has his introductory episode and fights Scylla and stuff, but like, it is what it is. But Maris is one of my favorite creations and has been in the lineup for this series for a long time.
I do notice that actually someone in the chat asked, was the previous kaiju inspired a bit by Dogora?
No, I actually didn't know what Dogora was when I invented Scylla. I just thought what would be scary as heck is if a box jellyfish could fly.
I like if there's one thing I will say is like, even though we know who Dogora is, even to some kaiju fans, they don't know who Dogora is.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of the stuff's still kind of obscure.
And like I said, a lot like Scylla and Maris are some of the oldest monsters in this lineup. Like I wrote these characters up in like 2007. Like they've been in the story since Titan Wars, and now Apex, and like their design actually has changed very little. Scylla has always been those colors. I've experimented with the Medusas a bit, but once I started making Scylla more just a sea wasp, she kind of stuck like that. So, and Maris has just always been a terrifying elephant seal because elephant seals are terrifying.
I do love like how armored his tusk, like not his tusk, his trunk is.
Yeah,
like, the coloration right there. It looks kind of like a helmet almost in a way.
He's supposed to be, it's not like armor, but it's very thick skin. Like he is a very tough brute. And like he's 91 meters in length. But like when he's in that, like his height is, he's almost at the same height as Tyrannus when he's not swimming. So like Tyrannus really struggles with him because Tyrannus is still licking his wounds from Galveston. So this is like a really tough battle, but this is also one of the battles where like Atlas and Tyrannus kind of work together to fight the monsters. Like they try to pick who's the most dangerous, and like Tyrannus causes destruction, but not human, like doesn't go out of his way for human death. Maris is actually like eating humans as well. We've got Scylla also attacking humans. Like, Atlas starts learning where to pick their battles with some of these monsters. So that's also a big moral debate as well. So yeah. And then the next one is apparently a very popular design, which is Kamudi. Kamudi is a mythocyte, is an antiquity killer whale. So it's interesting because he is not from the underworld ecosystem, but there is a way that mythocyte can be found at the bottom of the ocean, which is something that we eventually explore as in the origin of mythocyte. But like he appears in Boston Harbor. He kind of stumbles around. Yeah, he stumbles around in Boston. His biodebris is like what really confirms what mythocyte is, because Arasa and Alogi haven't really, they haven't been able to really collect samples. But Kamudi is when they discover mythocyte. And what's really funny is Kamudi can generate large amounts of heat. So he actually can shoot boiling water out of his spout. I said that wrong, but yeah. And then Kamudi like goes on a little bit of a rampage and then leaves Boston. He also has a sound beam attack. He does have a sonar attack. But what's funny is when Kamudi leaves Boston and starts swimming down the East Coast, pods of killer whales follow him. Like 12 pods, I think, eventually join him until he encounters the next creature, which we can go into if you want to just, unless you have any more questions about Kamuti.
No, I don't got any more questions for Kamudi. And he reminds me a lot of what's it called? The you know that one? It was like the lava beetle from Godzilla series.
Yes. So, remember how Zotz swam to Miami after being fought? So Zotz's biodebris got into the ocean. Luska is a vampire squid Zotz hybrid. And if I can find the design, Luskas are the AO version of a species of Zotz hybrid known as like it's squids, but with a Z. They're about this big, and they appear in the Freeport, Bahamas.
I love that design, actually. I love how his arms are kind of like they curl out like that, and the ears. Oh, that's really nice. Like all of like the really small like kind of creatures I've seen, probably so far my favorite. The shrimp. I was gonna call them lightning grenade shrimp. I'm sorry.
That's fine. But no, like with these like mutations, like as you can see with Luska's design, he is half Zotz, half squid. Like look at his arms, like and the ears are like vampire squids have those flaps, so those evolve into the ears. He's got Zotz's quills. The little tentacles become Zotz's arms. Like Luska is a powerhouse apex organism. And what's crazier still,
can he travel on land with his arms?
Yes, he can. He can actually drag himself on land. You can even see that he has a nose.
Does he travel does it kind of look like he's crawling, or can he like actually stand and sort of
it's a mixture of crawling and knuckle walking, depending on how fast Luska can go. But when we first meet Luska actually fights Kamuti and Kamuti's pods. So like it's just giant squids fighting killer whales. And eventually the battle is left unknown because Kamuti and Luska disappear beneath the waves, and their separate packs disperse. And it's left ambiguous what happens to them. It is also noted though that since there was one Luska in this conflict, it's most likely there are other Luskas as well, since that seems to be what's been going on with these Z mutations. And yes, there will be other Luskas. And Kamuti will come back, and it's kind of horrifying what I have in store for Kamuti, but little waves later. So let's see. We still have some little critters to go through, but we're getting there.
Luska, probably out of like all the designs so far, aside from probably Tyrannus, he's probably my favorite out of all the guys I've seen so far. I love squid kaiju, and just like using the arms, I never thought about having them designed that way. So he's definitely probably my favorite so far.
He's a fun mutation for sure. Let's go into the next one, and because the next one is another very interesting species of AO. So, and I don't think I can see it on my screen anymore.
Oh, can you not see it on your screen?
No, it's just my
just your face.
There we go. So these are the Jambava. Jambava in the Ramayana are the bear kings. These are the Yetis. This is the Yeti in the universe. You can even see like it's got the Yeti dome that is usually associated with it. But the Jambava, so like I said, Atlas is pretty much being sent to explore any sightings to prevent AO interactions. And one team goes into the Himalayas because there are reports of seismic activity, and they're thinking it's AOs because they're like, the Yeti's been sighted for years, and so far every monster that's sighting has, like, the Chupacabra is real, so why not the Yeti? And what they eventually find, and like what's been crossed out, because this episode actually is going to be somewhat of a flashback. It's going to start off with Rick getting a black box and then listening to the audio report of this expedition into the Himalayas, where they discover pretty much it's they pretty much find Shangri-La in a sense. They find a lost city.
Like
But
a
they
lost
also
human city, or like a
it's a
like
lost
ancient
human city.
civilization.
It's a lost human city. It turns out the Jambava were bred to protect the city, because what they do is like they find the city, they eventually encounter the Jambava family. Like the male's the one that's standing up, and he's aggressive. The mother is there. It's Papa Bear, Mama Bear, and Baby Bear. And Baby Bear is very curious about these humans because Baby Bear's never really seen humans, while the other two are familiar with humans. They've been bred to protect humans. So they're a little cautious at first, but, nothing is wrong. But this expedition team finds out at the other end of the valley, there are 3 skeletons of Jambavas, literally in death, pushing a rock in place. And they find out that the city is like known as the City of Hell, more or less. And what it is it finds out that it's another entrance into the under, the Hollow World. And this is, so the expedition team, very curious what's behind the rock, blast open the rock, which causes 4 Ologi to erupt out. So the Jambava parents start fighting the Ologi, and it's a pretty evenly matched. It would be really intense stuff, and the baby cubs with the humans fighting little ones and stuff. But that's when the mysterious predator drones show up, and then the AO version of them shows up. So you can go to the next one unless you have any more questions about the Jambava.
Well, I was gonna say was that I do like the detail with the Yeti dome that a lot of people who kind of look for Bigfoot think is an example of a sagittal crest, but seeing it on a bear, it also kind of reminds me of a hat in a way. It's nice to tie into the lore, but it's also disarming in a way where it makes them kind of nice.
And like I said, they have mythocite in them, and it's eventually found out that the people who built the city fed the Himalayan bears in that area the bodies of demons so they could fight demons.
Actual demons, or are we talking creatures that they call?
As you go down, like I said, we had the mysterious predator. We're now revealed Baccarat. So Baccarat is the apex predator of the Hollow World. Baccarat is based off my little brother Wyatt. Actually, Baccarat is his name, and Baccarat technically mean in this translation, Baccarat's a forbidden word in Tibet, and it literally means the one who rules. He's he's known as the king demon, and this is actually a male. There will be a female, which is going to be one hell of a show. But the Baccarat, they're sea scorpions. They're mythocite sea scorpions, and they are alpha predators to this ecosystem. And in fact, Ologi, they'll eat Ologi, but Ologi will actually hunt with them because they know if they hunt with a Baccarat, the Baccarat will technically spare them because they helped the hunt.
Yeah, because I'm noticing the claws look similar to Megalograptus pincers at the front.
And the things on the back actually can ricochet forward to trap prey.
Yeah.
They use bioluminescence to lure prey. They're hyper intelligent as well. They're very intelligent predators, almost problem solving. And it you'll notice this entry is very short because, like I said, this episode's going to be very back. But pretty much what's going to happen is the Baccarat, the team's going to realize how dangerous Baccarat is, and if Baccarat leaves the valley, they don't know what's going to happen. So pretty much they blow up the valley. And at the time, it's presumed that everyone is, including the Jambava and all these creatures, are dead. And then that entrance to hell is closed. But no one will actually see Baccarat until a real Baccarat in a suburban area till much later. But this is going to be a very interesting story arc of like Rick listening to this information, because this is also one of the first times we find out early records of these AO organisms, and that humanity has seen these before, which
I
is
was
an
gonna
interesting
say that
concept.
have you ever seen the series Primeval, right?
Yes.
You know, like the Silurian scorpions from that episode, like the one Steven fights on the
Yeah.
beach. I could just imagine him, like a Baccaroc, kind of moving similarly in terms of like its ferocity and all of that.
No, that like Baccaroc is one hell of a monster, and like eventually, like, because Baccaroc's supposed to be my little brother. There will be a Tyrannus Zots Baccaroc like
Oh,
battle royale at one point, but it's going to be a hell of a fight, to be honest. But yeah, so I'm not going to tell more about Baccaroc because sea scorpion mythosite. We have our next little critter. These are the Luna larva.
these were the
In
other ones that were mentioned in the pilot as well.
Yes, so the Luna larva are silkworms, but in this story arc, in this universe story arc, during the Vietnam conflict, when napalm was used, napalm really devastated Vietnam and wiped out many forests. The silkworms ate residue napalm and then eventually mutated to create natural napalm. That strawberry-like organ at the back of their tail actually shoots napalm like coated silk.
Yeah, napalm spitting silkworms is what they are described
Yeah,
as in the pilot.
and they are fun. Obviously they're my Mothra tribute. They're also based off Hawaiian predatory caterpillars. That's why their faces are like that. They attack Hong Kong, which is really fun. And like this is also an episode. This is like a really fun episode with Rick in it. Because like he's there to try and go on vacation, and he's seeing a friend who's like running a fashion show. So then eventually, like this swarm of silkworms literally web Hong Kong, and this is also when the first time Tyrannus shows up after the battle with Maris.
I also like the fact that like you made them blue instead of like red to visually indicate that they're all fiery and stuff. So I like the fact that you showed restraints in that regard.
No, and it's fun. Like Luna larva, I've always wanted to be blue. This is actually my favorite Luna larva design. I've done a few in the past, but this is by far my all-time favorite design of Luna larva. And I think what's very interesting about them is like, as you'll see, there's blacked out parts because, and it's mentioned in the teaser, for some reason, even though the Luna larva threat is defeated, Atlas teams are still in Hong Kong. And it is eventually found out that there are 3 cocoons that they transport to different areas around the world, different labs around the world. And that is going to lead to some very interesting developments, obviously. But the Luna larvae are a really fun species. And I just can't wait to, honestly, I can't wait to write that episode because I really am looking forward to Tyrannus, like literally walking into the city full of like trip mines, pretty much. And then fighting these like worms that are just spewing fire silk at him, and he's just getting pissed and just shooting lightning everywhere. Like it's a major damage, but as you can see, like the world is starting to get used to this. Any other comments before we move on to our next little AO?
No other comments from me.
All right. So as I kept saying, it's presumed that Zots is dead, but we soon find out Zots is not dead. This is Dinamu. So it's been some time. So this happens July 2013. The last time Zots had been seen was the summer of 2012, more or less. So it's been almost a year that Zots has been gone. So people think he's dead. But then in the city of Cotozalacolos in Mexico starts being plagued by a mysterious river monster. Atlas is sent in, and they realize that it is a otter that is also a Zots hybrid. So they start wondering how they think Zots' biodebris has just like washed down the coast, and that this otter just ate it, and like an otter ate it, and this one specimen showed up. But when they follow it, because it's been stealing food, like been going after tankers filled with food and all that jazz. It hasn't been killing people, but it's just been like stealing food stock. And they eventually follow it into like an underground cave system. And when they get to the other side of it, they found out it's feeding a healing Zotz. Like all of Zotz's wounds are starting to heal. Like his arm's starting to grow back properly. And what's even worse is like when Atlas tries to stop this because they don't want Zotz alive, obviously. The battle eventually opens up an entrance to the Hollow World, and Zotz and Dinamu disappear into the Hollow World. So
that's going to cause a lot of issues.
It actually eventually really causes an issue sooner or later. But yeah, so now they've got Zotz, and well, they also think like, well, the Hollow World is dangerous. Maybe Zotz will get killed. Who knows? But like Zotz now has another ally. And like Dinamu is actually a very kind Zotz mutation, which is very interesting. And they start exploring this idea that like, because Zotz was injured, like his tenacity did not spread as much in his DNA as before. So like Dinamu is like still a Zotz hybrid, but not like super controlled by Zotz's like aggression and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more like like a protector, like almost like dog, like Zotz's dog. So you know, Dinamu is a fun little. Dinamu is actually new.
Thinking was that if Tyrannus found out about this, he'd just be like, "How many times am I have to teach you this lesson, old man?"
It pretty much gets to that point. Like they do eventually. Like Tyrannus and Zotz's like dislike for each other does last for a little bit. They eventually will like grow out of it, but not anytime soon.
Or even better, you have a lot of nerve coming here, and you have a lot of nerve being alive.
Pretty much, especially because. So, like I said, Zotz's biodebris pretty much causes problems. The next creature should be an obvious result of what would happen to, Zotz is moving around, lots of flesh. It's a predator, tracks insects, living in the south, moving around the south. It's not a surprise that Zot in the Mississippi, mosquito nymphs, because mosquitoes start getting infected with Zotz's DNA. And that creates, wherever I put them, the design for the buggers. And, of course, this little guy, well, these lovely ladies. So the buggers the males are small, like I said earlier. Yeah, the male Zancudos are about this big. The nymph form is that, and the male drone is like that. They're not very big.
That's actually even then that is still terrifying.
Oh yeah, no, they carry people away. They carry people to feed the nymphs because, and like I said, nymphs. There are actually several Zancudos in her opening story. There are quite a few of them. They attack New Orleans. They just pop up out of the sewers, out of the rivers. They cause some problems. They are very voracious, angry, pissed off worms. And they cause a lot of damage to the French Quarter. But this is also a game changer during this time because now, we're now in the year 2014. So the monsters have been around for a while. Atlas has been getting more resources, more technologies, and they take a project that we can look into now.
Is it following down below here?
Yep. This is Prototype. So Prototype is a drone, a mechanized drone battle combat thing. It appears in New Orleans. Not much is known about it. It was part of Project Golem, and it was designed by a roboticist named Nathan Woods, and it was supposed to be the knight to fight the dragons. This mech is actually like 10 meters tall. It's not very big.
Mm.
It's supposed like I said, it's supposed to be a knight fighting dragons. Like knights were small, but they still were able to slay the dragon, which were much bigger.
It reminds me a lot of it's the power armor from Mech Assault. It's like it
Yes.
was an Xbox game, and of course like a big series, but like just how the upper arm is very nice and bulky, and the arms are mismatched, similar to the power armor in that game.
So
I love it. I
so
love the
this
design.
is a prototype. The shoulders have a prototype solar panel system. The thing on its back is its proton battery. Um, and like I said, this is a drone. So this is AI operated at the time with an experimental AI system. And during the battle with the Zancudos, because it actually like manages to kill two before the rest of like the 10 start swarming it. And the AI makes a calculation on how to, because it's been told to eliminate AO threat
Mhm.
at any cost. So what it eventually does is it ignites its own proton batteries,
I was about to say,
and
I'm like, wait a second, it just got swarmed, defeated all cost. Yep.
it blows up the French Quarter pretty much.
Mm.
And the Zancudos are gone, even though like a little few weeks later, sightings of sea serpents are found in the Gulf of Mexico. So that's super fun and foreboding, because Atlas doesn't know what to do about it, because they can't tell if it's a new one or if they're just hoping it's not Zancudos nymphs. It's Zancudos nymphs. They'll be found out more later. But yeah, as you can see, it's very classified information, the prototype. But the prototype, Atlas did say it works to an extent, but we can't rely on the AI. We need something else. So then we get the symbol of Atlas, the MGAV. This is the updated, finalized, piloted version of the prototype. It has been updated with new weapons and new capabilities. Like I said, it is 10 meters tall. It weighs 10 tons. It is piloted by a United States Air Force pilot named Phineas Rhodes. And the reason why the MGAV is used, it appears in San Francisco. What's really cool, before we go into why it was deployed in San Francisco, well, actually, I can show you guys now. It was deployed in San Francisco because all of a sudden, it turns out a bunch of earthquakes were not being caused by the seismic plates. They were being caused by these. These are Grillo. They are mole cricket monsters.
Oh, I love mole crickets. Look so fascinating.
Yep.
And what's it called? His arms almost look like buzz saws too.
Well, that's because mole crickets have those digging claws.
Yeah, no, I love that. Oh, it's so cool.
And since, and you guys have probably guessed it, these are organisms from the Hollow World. Turns out the San Andreas Fault is actually an entrance to the Hollow World. And we'll find out why they came out of the Hollow World in a bit. But yeah, so the MGAV is sent to San Francisco to deal with pretty much an army of Grillo that are just appearing in the streets, and they're just like collecting materials. They're not eating people, but they are like, smashing people unknowingly. They're just like moving, exploring. Some might even say they might be panicked.
They're not
materials.
like trying to actually like attack people and stuff.
Right. So the MGAV, which stands for Mobile Golem Assault Vehicle, is used. And like I said, it has an updated proton battery. It is piloted by a human pilot. And like I said, it's only 10 meters tall. So it is a little bit bigger. But what's really cool is on the MGAV unit's arms, and like on its hips, this is my total reference to Attack on Titan, but the MGAV can actually latch onto AOs, and like it's Shadow of Colossus, but a robot suit, pretty much. It uses the solar power shoulder pads. It eventually does get equipped weapons like electrical weapons, sonic weapons, being able to do human-like combat due to its ways, and like due to like the MGAV is a success, especially because while people are somewhat impressed that it's able to take down the Grillos, the reason why the MGAV became a successful weapon in the Battle of San Francisco is because of what happened during the Battle of San Francisco, because the Grillo were not the only things to appear that day.
One
So you
thing
can
I
go,
will actually quickly ask for a question regarding the MGAV is, does the MGAV have any weaponry that comes outside of its body? Because it looks like a lot of that's attached, or are all of it
right.
attached to its body right now?
So what I said, right now, it's all attached to its body. It's the version 1 of it. There will be other versions of it. So, and just so I can see, so we know what we're going, what I'm doing.
Oh, yep, of course.
So the reason why the MGAV was a success is not only was it killing Grillo, this thing showed up. This is Langusta. Langusta is literally a giant lobster that rubs its arms together to send sonic blasts as a defense mechanism. It literally comes out to eat Grillo and cause damages. But pretty much the MGAV now fights this, and this thing's 30 meters. It's 100 feet tall. So, like, the MGAV is 32 feet tall. So it's quite a big size difference. But this is also when we see the MGAV literally climb up to Langusta and actually deal a final blow pretty much in the back of its head.
I love. And now I'm, because he's all red. Now you're giving me final words Ebera fight vibes.
Yeah, no, for sure. But he's just a giant lobster. It's unknown. And the Langusta body is also up to debate because it is technically it's a cradle isotope mutation. It's a giant lobster. San Francisco debates what to do with it. They don't know whether to give the body to Atlas or to solve a food shortage.
I'd solve food shortage. Like, you know how much tourist attraction you could get out of having giant monster cuisine?
It's something that is explored because, like I said, this is supposed to be a real world setting. This isn't going to be like Pacific Rim where it's like, oh yeah, we just built giant robots out of nowhere. No, like obviously because the Mega-Z was supposed to be the size of a giant robot. But then I'm like, there's no way we would have the materials, to like make a functioning mech suit. So I like the idea of giving the MGAV being a knight in shining armor. But like in defeating Langusta, it's like the first true AO kill done by a human. So like humanity is now like, well, now we finally have something that can fight them. And it's then debated like if test runs still continue well, the MGAV might be mass produced. But what also happens is the Grillo do eventually retreat, but they follow the Grillo because they need to make sure that they can seal the hole. And that's when we meet the lovely Queen Grillo on the next page.
I would like to say that to kind of quote before we get into the Queen Grillo, kind of quoting a certain Halo character for this universe. Dear humanity, we regret being AO bastards. We regret coming to Earth, and we most definitely regret that our golem just blew up that raggedy ass lobster. Hoorah!
Pretty much. But yeah, so it turns out the Grillos have queens. The MGAV does eventually defeat her. She's also quite big. She's much bigger than Langusta. Her length is 49, like she's nearly 50 meters long. She is big, and she also has bioluminescent spines, and like, she is brute. She doesn't have a lot of offenses, but she is able to like kind of blind systems. But because she's much bigger, this also reveals a design flaw with having a pilot. But it's hinted at and not really explored yet. And what's blacked out is just a hint. It turns out the reason why the Grillo left their habitat is because Zots is now back in the States. Zots and Diamu are now wandering America again, much to Atlas's terrifying realization, because they can't find Zots, because Zots is very clever at hiding. So it's very interesting because they think at first maybe it was the Baccarat, but it turns out it was Zots disturbing their nest, which is why they left and why the males were a bit panicked and the female was like in a defensive mode. So it's very interesting for sure. But we're near the end run of the wave. So the Queen Grillo is technically the last monster before the season finale. So these are the season finale creatures.
Should I go into the season finale creatures?
Yep, we can, because one of them was mentioned in the teaser. This is Paiza. This is the AO that flies at the end of the teaser. Paiza.
Oh yeah.
Paiza is a mythocyte species based off the Paiza bird, which is a real Native American dragon myth. Paiza is actually a whale. Paiza is an evolutionary product of Pakicetus, technically. It had a similar descendant, hence why it's kind of like a hippopotamus style with fur. And if you look at its wings, you'll realize they're actually just giant whale flippers.
Yeah, no, like, I love the wing design is definitely interesting. However, I'm
I'm
seeing a lot
definitely.
of what I would call Zot's red, as it were.
I'm just using the same color pencils, but it's just supposed to I like the color. Well, because Paiza's colors, so Paiza's based off my buddy Caleb, and he's a huge Clemson fan in South Carolina. So Paiza's supposed to have similar colorization to Clemson.
Oh, gotcha.
But like it's supposed to be fun. Paiza appears and fights the MGAV unit in Chicago. Which then eventually reveals the dramatic flaw of the MGAV, which is the MGAV is pretty hard to manage on its own as a pilot. It's a lot of information.
Is it like a Gundam style pilot or a Pacific Rim kind of style of piloting?
It's a mixture of, like, I really want it to be kind of like a G Gundam thing, but it is more just like classic Gundam. But the MGAV has a lot of systems and a lot of weapon systems, and like you need quick reaction time because these animals will do anything as soon as possible, and like that could be very taxing to a pilot. Like Phineas Rhodes nearly passes out during this battle, which is why the next thing occurs in our little season finale, which is the MGAV's version 2 upgrade. Which is obviously a love letter to the classic cliches of giant robots. But I honestly think if we had giant robots, this would definitely be a stage we would eventually fetch. This is the MGAV's Jetter mode. This is also when the MGAV is known as gets its Z typing. So the AI that failed the first time is repurposed and now childlike. So it wants to learn how to handle situations with a human mentor instead of just winging it and thinking what is logically the best solution in dealing with these creatures. So Phineas now has a AI system named Z, and Z eventually is tragic. And in fact, like in my head canon, I've always imagined Z being voiced by the kid who does Catbug. Like I want Z to be very childlike. Like Z almost wants to be a superhero, like as a thing, but it's also an AI system. And it is explained eventually why Z is this way, and it's a little tragic. But Jetter mode now gives the MGAV the ability to fly. It is given a new weapon that it can hold called and like the AI system, otherwise known as Z, is called a CABI. Which is the Cerebral Assist Binary Interface. Z is given a heat blade, which she's holding there, which is technically what it sounds like. It's a blade that generates heat, which allows it to help it cut. Jetter mode also gives it the Apex clamp, which works as a shield, but it is also like a clamp. Because now, since the arms have been updated to not have the zip-zap cables, the clamp now helps Z hold on to AOs while it's able to use attacks.
So Jetter mode is more of a mode itself. It's not like a kind of upgrade that any golems can equip, like similar to, since we mentioned Gundam, like how some of the certain mobile suits, like I know the gems could be upgraded with like gym commander types, sniper types.
Yes, and like that. The thing is, Jetter mode is used to aid Atlas and Japanese voices in the Tokyo event, which would be later known as the Genesis event. And while Jetter was a viable defense for a moment, the reason why the production of the MGAV as a mass-produced weapon for AOs was put on hold due to this lovely creature appearing. It's a baby.
Oh, I love this.
So this is King Mantis Stage 1. It is a class. I'm just going to say now, it is a classified AO. Its subclassification is unknown. It first appeared in Tokyo, Japan. It is unknown, but when it appeared, it also started to grow. Next page. King Mantis Stage 2. So Stage 1 fought the MGAV, but then it grew to Stage 2 and was a bit more of a fight for the MGAV. You will also notice that its mouth was actually not really a mouth. It was part of its projections, and its true mouth are these tentacles coming out of its face. It is an unknown AO species. It is unknown. It is dubbed King Mantis, and it's quite dangerous. Now that it's able to use its two front large appendages, it has more of a brawling state. It also the orange claw-like things in the middle of its hands also can generate energy and shoot them out. Technically, it is, again, a threat. During this battle, though, the MGAV does get an assist, which is the next AO that appears. This is Griff. So before the events of Tokyo, an Atlas team in New Zealand discovers that there is a giant mythosite Host eagle frozen in a glacier near Hooker Glacier in New Zealand. When King Mantis appears, this creature erupts out of its hibernation and flies straight to Japan to attack this threat. It is revealed that Griff might have battled this thing before, because a similar pictograph in the temple for this AO antiquity creature was noticed that this thing, Griff, and a Tyrannus-like creature many centuries ago fought what the Maori of that area called the Demon from Heaven. Griff is super fast. Think of the Narcocuga from Monster Hunter, pretty much.
Oh, yeah.
Like those kind of abilities, but also with a sonic roar. And also, because of its appearance, and it makes a call during this fight with the MGAV unit, eventually the MGAV unit is wrecked by the big baddie of Wave 1, which we can now do a quick look at.
Alrighty.
This is King Mantis final stage. Unknown AO, unknown subclassification. This thing got big. It went from being not even a 20-meter tall monster, then it went to a 40-meter tall monster, and then at this point of the fight, it is now 60 meters in height. It's bigger than Tyrannus, who is now in this fight as well. So it's Tyrannus and Griff fighting this thing. And as you can see, it turns out the reason why it gets the King Mantis name is because those claws, which were now pulse weapons, can also now extend, which is how the MGAV was defeated, because literally King Mantis in this form grabs the MGAV and then just cuts right through it. And then tosses it like a toy. King Mantis is a deadly threat. It causes a lot of damage to Tokyo, even with the assistance of Atlas forces, Griff, and Tyrannus. And eventually, Tyrannus and Griff are managed to heavily injure this creature. Tyrannus actually takes off another, Tyrannus has a thing for arms, apparently, and rips off one of his arms. Griff does some damage to some of its legs and claws its face. Even though it has eyes, the organ in the center of its head seems to be a weak spot, which Griff somewhat damaged. Eventually, this creature then flew, so it has flight capabilities, and then left the atmosphere and disappeared. And that is the end of Wave 1.
Oh, so he's not even dead.
Oh, no. King Mantis King Mantis is a game changer, just since it's called eventually it's known as the Genesis event, because it is the start of a new phenomenon that no one was expecting with the Apex saga. King Mantis is one of my favorite designs. It growing has been great. It being like kind of almost centaur-like is super fun. King Mantis has a lot of abilities. If you want to read more details on King Mantis and maybe guess what exactly King Mantis is, you can go on the Patreon and read the bio it's for yourself. But this is how Wave 1 will end. And like I keep saying, King Mantis is a game changer to the story. When Wave 2 happens, we'll have a little bit more, but when King Mantis comes back, you guys better jump. Because King Mantis is a purpose for something really badass.
Oh, I love that terminology, a purpose.
Yes, so King Mantis is a purpose. But I also really like the fact that King Mantis' mandibles just open up to reveal that those are not mandibles. They're just like protrusions of its face, and its real mouth are these like tentacles that are there. And it's just King Mantis is one nasty son of a bitch.
I do love like the evolution just seems very natural. And I have to say, like, if there's one thing a lot of designs can kind of do when it comes to kaiju that transform, sometimes they just look so like people just want to make their transformations look so different that they look so removed. But this seems it's really natural, and just this final form is, it's a very good end cap to this first part of the entire series.
Yeah, no, King Mantis, like the season finale for Wave 1, guys, it's going to be one hell of a fight. It's one hell of a revelation. Like, you know, you're going to laugh, you're going to cry. It's going to get intense. And then the ending, My Dream song to, if this, because this was supposed to be a movie. Like I said, the Genesis event was supposed to be the movie Ron Howard wanted to make. My dream for the end credits to this movie is the song by REM, Man on the Moon. I'm not going to say it out loud because I don't want to spoil it, but I'm sure people are starting to realize what King Mantis truly is and what he represents. And if you guys want a little bit of a teaser of what some of the beings that appear in Wave 2, I'm not going to go into them, but I will show those designs real quick because I have them on hand just to show you guys like where the series will go. Some of the monsters in Wave 1 will come back, some of them will not, but we've got this little guy. This is Conreet. Then after Conreet, we have the monster Atrocity.
Ooh, super nimble.
Oh yeah, Atrocity is one hell of a beast. Then we have Marid, who is, it's not going to be what you think, but it's going to be one hell of a thing. Then we have Killerwatt, which is a super fun. Ooh, it's super fun. And then we have the Queen herself. I'm still working on her name, but her official name, but you'll recognize that maybe there was an AO subspecies related to her. And then we'll have the Glytherium.
I love how those look.
The Glytherium is a very interesting AO that will appear. I am debating if it's going to have 3 offspring or just 1. It might have 1. Then we will have Kotoboa, which will be found, and there is a good possibility that Kotoboa might be while Kotoboa might not be in the story for long, Kotoboa will be appearing in a section that might be very also game-changing to some character development. And then Wave 2 will end with a classified creature that started to become active due to the appearance of King Mantis. So it's Wave 2. Wave 2 is again one hell of a finale, and some people might be back and some people might be new, but there you go. That's Apex. And I'm working on a Kickstarter right now. I'm actually going to be entering Apex to an iHeartRadio contest to see if it becomes iHeartRadio's next big thing. If I become a semifinalist, I still get a grant and I can work on stuff, which would be super helpful for me right now. So I'm working on tomorrow I'm spending all day working on the pilot.
Do they, one thing I will say is, does, what was I gonna say? Do we have people voting for those for that whole thing?
It will be judges, but if there's voting,
okay.
I will definitely be sharing links to that because that would be
because if they do voting, let me know and I will make a video on the channel and I will have as many people spread that as possible.
Because here's the thing, guys. AO was supposed to be a movie, then a comic, and then a novel, and so many things. But here we are in 2020. We can't really leave. We can't really do anything. But I have friends in high places. And I honestly think people might like the idea of an audio drama about giant monsters. I think that would be really fun. Mm-hmm. And like our genre desperately needs new monsters. We don't need more Godzilla. Like, you know, yes, I'm not going to say no to new Godzilla and Gamera films because that would be dumb. But like, you know, as much as I love King of the Monsters, and I'm loving how to see it. For me, the whole time I'm watching it, I'm like, man, my monsters are going to look great when they finally make the silver screen. But I would love to make, like, Apex needs to be told. And luckily, I have friends who are voice actors. I have friends who are voice actors who work on the Pokemon anime, for God's sakes, and they've been willing to help. So if I can raise enough money, if the contest doesn't work out, I'll be making a Kickstarter. But a pilot episode will be recorded, which will be super fun.
Definitely, like, despite me being called Zimzilla99, I think that if there's one thing I want to keep doing on the channel, it is having a platform for people who want to share their original monster ideas, because I think so many people say, oh, I would love to see this, but with kaiju, or that with kaiju, or I would love to see more kaiju books. And I mean, like, hell, actually my mic's kind of blocking. Let me just kind of do this. Like, I like that right there, that section above my bed case is just all kaiju books right there.
Yeah.
And of course I wanted to get you on here because I know you've been definitely working super damn hard on this project. And obviously I'm working on my own stuff as well. Exactly. Yeah. A decade in the making. I know people who like are close to my age who are working on their stuff now. And I think that you seem to be the furthest along out of a lot of people I know. Maybe a few other people coming close. But again, I stress this more than anything to anyone who's listening right now. Please, if you are a kaiju fan and you want to see the genre grow, do support Apex. That is not just because friend Henry's a friend of the channel and I want to support friend Henry as a friend. I mean, like, just as a fan of giant monsters and the giant monster genre, you owe it to yourself to check this out and support it.
And again, if you want to see these designs face to face and see the details, because I'll be updating that field guide with the finalized AAO subspecies, you can access it on Patreon. The Patreon donations are super helpful. Also, if you're interested, if you join Patreon at any level, that's the $1, the $3, the $5, and the $10 tier, any of those levels, you get your own podcast episode for It Came From a Monster Movie. You pick the film. If you have guests in mind, you can tell me who you want to have on. If you like guests from my show, I'll try and get them on for you. And then we have a good old time. I've already gotten a few episodes done already, which has been super helpful. And my friend also found out a wonderful little ditty. If you subscribe at a certain level and then you upgrade your donation level, you get 2 movies. So technically, like, if you started, like, if you subscribed this month and did $1 and you got a movie and you're like, oh, I want to do another one, then you just upgrade to $3 and then you get another movie. And then you could, my near and dear friend goes, oh, good, I'm going to make you watch Van Helsing, and then I'm going to pick a movie that I actually want to see, because Van Helsing is just going to make you cry, and the other movie is going to be interesting. So that's that.
It's going to make you cry. It's going to make you laugh. It's
going to make me probably like that damn movie.
It's an interesting movie, I will say.
But I just, it's one of those things where like it came from a Monster Movies Abridged, and as I've talked about this extensively, and we've been here for nearly 4 hours, and it's been an absolute pleasure, Nathan. And it was super fun to actually like go through the AOs and actually be able to showcase them properly.
Like, I think without a doubt, I wouldn't have spent this much time if you weren't as passionate as you were about this series. And I know that from
it's my baby.
So like I just checked the time. We're almost hitting 4 hours. And I'm like, oh wow, it has not felt like 4 hours.
No, it has not, and I can't believe that it's up past midnight. But
I just realized that as well.
But it's just this thing, guys, where like, you know, if you honestly, like, as a creator, if you don't like something in the fandom, like if you don't like how a material is being presented, instead of like whining about it, go make it. Like, you know, if you can't draw, find a way to work it. It's a team sport. Like creation, like I'm excited because I was like, oh man, like when I was, you know, I was drawing this, making this field guide, and I'm like, man, I don't want to write a novel. Like, I don't want to, I've tried that and it didn't work. Like, I don't want, like, I don't, because I don't feel like Apex is just so big. I just want people to really listen to it. And then I was like, oh, I want people to listen to it. I'm like, oh, but I can't do all those voices. And then I'm like, my best friend Sammy is a professional voice actor. So I called her up and I was like, this is my idea. And she's like, that's really cool. I think that would really work. And if you need help finding voice actors, you know, I was the talking Genesect in The Legend of Genesect. And I've voiced characters in Pokemon Black and White. And I'm like, Sammy, I've known you for 3 years. Why haven't you not told me this before now? I was so upset with her.
I'm actually surprised that like you weren't watching the Pokemon anime one day and you're just like, wait a second, I know that voice.
It's weird. It's a complicated thing. I don't ever think of her in anime. I just always think of her as like GPS systems and other things. And she's a great voice actor. And she's, you know, if you're interested in voice acting, look up her Twitter or Instagram, because she is teaching voice acting right now. But like, I have that connection. And then like, you know, I've asked some of my guests, because like the pilot is going to be not out of pocket. It's just all going to be me asking for favors and being like, if this works, then we could talk about payment. But right now I need to have a product so I could tell people what's going on.
Yeah.
And actually, just in case people are curious, I actually will be having auditions for a trans man to voice Rick. I am making sure that I do representation correctly. I already have some people in mind who I think would be perfect to bring Rick to life. You know, the script is in the works. I'm planning to really knock it out tomorrow, as much as I can. But like, guys, this is going to be fun. And if not fun, I'm sorry for getting you all hyped up, but hopefully the designs were worth it. It's just one of those things where the giant monster genre is super fun, but there's also a lot of potential of not just doing like, oh, big monsters fighting, but like, as you guys saw, AO is not just like giant monsters appearing. There are not a lot of monster fights until like later in the season in wave 1. It's just a lot of like people interacting with these monsters and being like, I don't know what to do. There's a giant sand cat eating a camel. Like, what am I supposed to do?
It's like a lot of it reminds me a lot of Ultra Q in a sense, but if Ultra Q was a lot more like, it had more continuity between the episodes.
Yeah.
And there was at least like a main kind of monster. Like Godzilla series meets Ultra Q in a way.
Yeah, and like Tyrannus is our main quote unquote monster, but Tyrannus only appears seldomly because he does like to spend most of his time. Like, it's not like, you know, he's going to appear to every threat. There are other animals that will do that. Like,
he's not a character that is plopped somewhere for the convenience of the story. He naturally exists in the world.
And it's awful because I have to really think about timing of like how fast can he travel through the Pacific. Like, you know, if you look through the field guide, you'll see the dates are really spread out.
Well, that's good though, because at least if it feels like you put actual thought into it and you're not like, oh, I need to have things like appear in a certain way.
Yeah.
So
like I want it, you know, and yeah. And the thing is, for those who have not realized it, the series starts in 2012 for a reason, because originally the series was supposed to end in 2012 when I was writing in high school. But obviously, but then I thought, you know, it'd be better because 2012 was supposed to be the end of a cycle and the beginning of a new one. So that's kind of the origin of why 2012 is the starting point of this series and not like happening right now. But it's super fun too because now I get to like look back at previous events that have happened and wondering like, would we be in a different place? But yeah, we'll have like plots like Cradle. We'll explore ancient civilizations. We'll explore genetics. Like I'm having my science friends help me write some really riveting stuff to make sure it sounds, you know, plausible.
Yeah.
Um,
One thing I was gonna say is will we see any Kaijin super soldier kind of stuff, especially with how there's been a lot of mutations and stuff going on, but has not been affecting humans.
well, like I said, AO weaponry will become a thing later on, and there might be, because I will admit, I do love the War of the Gargantuas, and you know that's probably all I'm going to say about that. Because I will say that also links to the Wave 2 big bad. And I will note that battle's not going to be like King Mantis in Tokyo, but it's going to be it's going to be a game changer for sure, and it's going to lead to a very interesting plot line afterwards that I think Nathan's going to be a big fan of because a certain series highly influences the third wave of Apex, and a lot and like guys, that was what 26 monsters that we all saw in that field guide. That is honestly the tip of the iceberg. Is the tip of the iceberg, and as you saw, there will be some new ones in Wave 2. Not a lot. There'll be some new battles and stuff, but it's not going to be a lot of new monsters in Wave 2. But Wave 3 is going to be a menagerie, and like, you know, I'll keep making these field guides, and you'll notice like some monsters are omitted from the field guide because they're considered dead or not alive or missing.
Yeah, it's 29 we're in there because I'm not counting the King Mantis forms again.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yep. So, and then there's all the subspecies. So it's just like, this is the tip of the iceberg for these monsters. And like, this series is supposed to start in 2012 and end in like 2025. Like, a long time has passed. And like I said, I'm adding new monsters into the mix. There's going to be all sorts of things going on. That BAO is new. I've never done that BAO before. And it's going to be interesting plot lines. You know, the creatures are going to be dealing with very interesting things. A lot of really interesting concepts will appear. But Apex is going to be one hell of a series, and I think you guys are going to really enjoy what the audio drama is going to bring to the table. Because also, like, wouldn't, like, you know, who doesn't go to work and put on Godzilla King of the Monsters and you just can listen to it because you're just like, oh, I like the noise, I like the ambiance of the battles. And like, I can't wait to start making these guys roars. Like, Tyrannus is going to have a one heck of a sound. Like, it's just going to be very.
Well, it's going to be nice because like, I obviously love putting on my podcast for like anything kaiju related, but actually having kaiju material itself in audio format like that for me to listen to is going to be it's like a breath of fresh air in a way where it's like, wow, I have this and it's tailor made for audio. Unlike say like just listening to a video where visuals do help it. So,
and like, I'll have, you know, Zach loves making music. When we were kids, he actually wrote a soundtrack for Titan Wars. And I think he still has those files, so we'll update it for Apex, but like, we'll do sound effects. We'll try and make it as professional grade as we can. If I get this iHeart radio gig, that will be amazing and super helpful with stuff. But like, you know, audio dramas are really fun. And there is no giant monster audio drama. There's tons of sci-fi audio dramas that are really good. And I think Apex can be this blockbuster audio drama that people can listen to. Because, like, you know, we are entering an age where we're back at the radio play. And I think that'd be really fun to just do.
In terms of audio dramas, I am working on something myself, but it's not like my own stuff. It's going to be Godzilla related, primarily just for the channel, a few episodes. And it's not going to be as wide spanning as this by any stretch of the imagination. But again, this is something extremely ambitious, and I'm gonna be, especially once I start, after a lot of stuff happens next year for me, and I'll probably be working more often. I'll be able to support not just like doing videos and stuff and talking to you, but also financially,
Yeah.
which is obviously what you're gonna need. But we have come up on 4 hours. I want to say, how does it feel, Henry, to hold the title of the thickest, longest episode stream that I have done on the channel? You have now gotten that title.
It's fun. It sounds like a normal Henry crossover episode. It's not like I just talk all the time or anything. It's fine.
And I want to there's a ton of people I'm seeing in chat who have been here since the very beginning or came and left.
Thank you.
Back.
I hope you enjoyed.
Not only that I think that everyone enjoyed, but I appreciate you giving Henry your attention, because I think he most definitely deserves it.
Does anybody have any more questions before we wrap up? Because I haven't been able to really see the chat, so I would like to answer questions if people have them.
If anyone has any questions, I will give you guys about a few minutes just to do some questions. And
while they think of questions, we're still in August of the Apes. If you want to get cool merchandise to help the podcast, go to TeePublic, ICFan Podchats merch. Right now, if you type in the promo code APES20, good, I'm glad. APES20, you get 30% off your purchase on our TeePublic store. We have tons of really rad designs. And right now I have made an August of the Apes like design. That? Yep. Oh, no, sorry. It's Apes 2020. It's Apes 2020. It's Apes 2020 because I'm terrible at my own job. But there's an August of the Apes special design album. So it's a bunch of everybody loved my infamous baboon episode. We've got stuff for Congo, Skull Island, because we have a really great episode for Kong Skull Island coming up. This Friday we'll have Rise of the Planet of the Apes. I have my friend Babs on, and she studies the brain. And what's super cool is she's going to explain to people why that can happen, and that we do have the technology to make the Planet of the Apes, which is super wild.
One thing I will say is, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, because you're on the channel and it's an inside joke on the channel, you have to also say, monkey for the channel.
Monkey. But anyway, but yeah, it's one of those things where, the TeePublic store, the Patreon, leave a review wherever you listen to the podcast. I've killed him. And, it's just been super fun. And I really like having, I really enjoy my conversations with this knucklehead. He reminds me of much younger me. So it's just one of those things where
big monkey.
But it's, it's one of those things where guys, I really appreciate you taking this time. Again, if you have any questions, you can follow us on our Instagram. We're on Twitter. I haven't done my Twitter shitstorm about being why you need to be politically conscious about, especially during this time. But, it is what it is.
But actually, Davis did say, where do I listen to the Apex pilot when it comes out? Technically, you did do the pitch that was on.
There's the actual reading of chapter 1 from the novel, which you can listen to on the It Came From a Monster Movie stream. I believe it happened after the Kaiju Con line episode for Ultraman Ultra Galaxy, which is a fun episode as well. You can listen to it. It's 20 minutes. It's just literally me cold reading the first chapter I wrote, which will be Genesis. When the actual Apex pilot comes out, it will either be on the podcast stream itself, or it will be on our Patreon, or I will be making a separate file that will be a separate podcast file entirely, just so it's accessible to those who want to listen to it. And if it gets support, it gets support. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
And if what's it called? With when it comes to If it gets its own separate podcast, I will be sure to make a video and link that
Yeah.
so that people can go to it and know there's a difference between it came from a
No.
Lost Movie podcast and this.
100%. 100%. Like, and I sit here hoping I can get the pilot done by December. But if I can get this, win this freaking thing for iHeartRadio, then that timeline is a lot sooner than December.
Yeah.
So
Lagiacris the Terminator asks, I'm making a series myself, and knowing that you're really far into one, anything you can say about making a series?
Be easy on yourself. And don't stress too hard. If like I said, I've been working on this series for a decade. I had literally Ron Howard be like, I want to make it a movie. And then he made like Heart of the Ocean or whatever that whale movie was. I think that's pretty much what he picked instead of Apex. But like, you just make sure that, one, you're having fun with it. 110%. If it becomes work, you got to stop. That's not why you should be creating. You should be creating because it's fun. I love literally sitting down and being like, because in all honesty, the one that had the 3 kids in Wave 2, she was supposed to be a flying monkey. And then I totally rechanged her and did a whole plot. And like, I've had that design. Yes. I had that design in my head for years, and now she's all brand new, sparkling. And I sit here being like, if I had spent more time on her, I probably would have come to that conclusion earlier. But like, you gotta pick your battles. I hope I'm making sense.
No, you are. Don't worry.
But like, you gotta pick your battles with creation, and like sometimes, don't sweat the small stuff. Make sure you're focusing on what you're doing, and don't be discouraged when you see someone else working on their project and you're like, oh no, that's an idea that I was doing. Like, no, you didn't know their idea existed. And again, your idea is fresh. Like, I mentioned, Will and I on DeviantArt, he made Tarantis and I made Tyrannus, and they were almost the same thing, but they were also very different.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's why, like, even in my own kaiju reviews, I tell people not to worry. Like, a lot of people do like their dinosaur kaiju, and don't worry about being similar to another person. There are ways to differentiate your design and not just completely like crumple it up and throw it in the trash.
No, and like, Tyrannus almost looked like a weird mixture of Titanosaurus and Gamera when I first designed him at the age of like 9, because that's all I knew.
See that original design.
It is somewhere on the internet. I will probably make a post about it to celebrate this wonderful episode. But and it's funny because I even spelled Tyrannus wrong because I didn't spell well at that time. But just like with creating a series, just be easy on yourself. Don't stress too hard about things. And if you feel like something's not working well, just sit on it. Or maybe just pitch to someone and be like, hey, what do you think about this idea? And if they have criticism about it, figure out how you're going to handle it. And like, sometimes, like for me, I didn't know how I felt about turning Rick into a trans man. So I asked some friends, I'm like, how would you feel if I did that? And I even asked my trans friends, I was like, how would you feel if I wrote this character like this? And they're like, well, one, why are you doing it? Because like, don't J.K. Rowling characters. Don't just suddenly be like, oh yeah, they're gay. Dumbledore's gay. 4 books in. Never mentioned it, but I don't like how he's being portrayed with McGonagall in the movies. Dumbledore's gay. And then all of a sudden that's a thing. And I'm just like, that's not how that works. Like, you don't just throw in additions like that. Like, you need to make sure that your core character or your core monsters have their design. Like, Tyrannus has changed in design, but personality-wise, he's been what he is. So is Stegros, so is Zotz. New monsters are fun because I get to explore it, but like, Zotz has been the same. Like, he's gone through so many different designs, but the core idea has always been Zotz is a crazy chupacabra that eats people. Like, make sure that you can sum up your characters in one sentence, and then have fun with how you want to express that one sentence,
Mm-hmm. Like, I know from even my own character Zogray, it's essentially Doom Guy meets Godzilla. Mm-hmm. In Doom Guy meets Godzilla with Ultraman size changing.
Yeah. So it is like, just have fun with stuff. Go nuts.
Mm-hmm.
like I said, if we're building God's image, we do 3 things very well: create, destroy, and experiment. If you're creating, and then you can destroy it, or you can experiment with it and just see where it goes.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And I know Martin Caspary Smith, he says, how do you explain that the giant monsters existing in the Apex universe, like how can they support their massive weight? So I assume it's like
giant monster science. It's giant monster science. Physics wrong, and they're just fuck it. Sorry.
Well,
like,
I was gonna say like the crystal isotope probably does stuff to help out with monsters in that regard. Any of the other mutations do that.
Yes, but the natural AOs, like I said, they're just examples of crazy deep sea gigantism or gigantism in any way because it's super fun. But also just like, again, like as much as I want to make this scientifically possible, there is a moment where you do have to make your like border of science, like make it believable, but definitely be like, that's a great question, but like I was ready for it because I'm like giant monster science. Like, no. Like if I was being factual, like, it's like Kaneko originally he wanted Godzilla to be like 15 meters tall because that would be realistic for the film. Of course, everyone's like, no, we want a giant monster. So like, okay, back to normal 50 meters. But like, yeah, you got to like be aware of that. I mean, for me personally with sizes, like these guys were originally like Heisei era sized Godzilla monsters. They were in the 100-meter range.
Yeah.
But I realized actually I almost made them the size of the monsters of Rampage at one point because I just love the idea of them being tangible with the city.
Yeah, that's the one thing is that like even with designing my own monsters, like I think like the smaller your giant monster is, the more they interact with a city, the more they interact with people, especially people. Like I don't think a Heisei Godzilla sized Zotes would probably
it's not as fun because Zots climbs on buildings and like can leap and hunt. Like when Zots and Tyrannus fight, like the whole reason why I thought about Zots being able to pull out his barbs is like when he's fighting Tyrannus and trying to get Tyrannus to let him go, that he actually like pulls out a barb and like tries to stab Tyrannus to get Tyrannus to let go, which Tyrannus notices, which then flings him and rips his arm off. But like, it's one of those things.
Brandon says Zots is my personal favorite out of all your monsters, very unique and terrifying.
And it's funny too because when they revealed that Kamazots was going to be in the Kong comic, it's probably going to happen sooner than later. I really want to draw Zots literally ripping Kamazots' wings off, because when they're like, "Oh yeah, Kamazots," and they're like, I hate that design. I do not like how that.
Oh, you don't like the design?
I do not like the design of Kamazots. I think it's just very. It's not that it's ugly. I just think it's just like it's not playing the way I would like it to. And like me being personal favorite of Zots, like Kamazots, like Zots is based off Kamazots. Zots used to be called Cabra, but then I'm like, oh wait, that's just like goat in Spanish, so that's a bit confusing. So I chose Zots. Yeah, so I liked, Oh, also, guys, fun fact: when people ask me where my names come from, and some of you probably will like this, the best way to know you have a good giant monster name is if you can say it like the announcer in the Godzilla Save the Earth games.
Zogura.
Tyrannus. Yeah, like Tyrannus. And then like that's actually something I would do.
Says one. Winner.
Yeah. You just have to make sure it's like Luska, like Kamuti. And you got to make sure that like Griff, King Mantis. Like if you can say it and it sounds like dead on awesome.
I think we have another thing to fanboy about, because anytime I've made a character, I've done that exact same thing.
No, it's the best way to know you've got a good monster name. If like you can say it in that voice and it works.
Like my giant squid monster is Ulabolo.
Yeah.
Because it's based on like Hawaiian, which means sea devil. So I was like, Ulabolo.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Baccarat versus
Baccarat.
Jambava. Like, I would love to eventually have this as a game. And like, once I have money, I would love to put Tyrannus in that game that's hitting the streets that all the kids are talking about.
Oh, what's it called? Daikaiju Daikason Versus. Oh, he
Yeah.
would actually be a really good addition to the
Oh
team.
yeah. Are you
In
kidding
all,
me?
like, oh
It'd be
my god,
super fun.
if I had extra money right now, I would send like Byron money right now. Just be like, October update, please put
Yeah.
Tyrannus in.
No, and I mean,
Because
I also
he's already got like a lightning animation that he has for some of the monsters already. He's been really great with like I might have to work extra hours. Look what you make me
maybe.
doing.
I mean, I also sit here. It seems like everybody's loving Zots too, so I'm like, maybe I should do a twofer and put Tyrannus and Zots in that.
No, trust me, I've been thinking about getting Kakumura in the game too, because that's like my second monster. I wouldn't mind putting Kakumura as part of his horde mode, since I know there's multiple of those in my series.
Yeah, I mean, or I could just talk to him and be like, hey, you want a good boss monster? Here's King Mantis. You have to fight each stage before.
Oh no, trust me, if you collaborate with him, he might make it a mode, because he had I know he teamed up with Kaiju Noir with Draco Zool was part of like a big thing, and also with Titanicus Creations.
Yeah, no, and like my whole thing is like I would love people to just see Tyrannus as part of this menagerie of like we do have fan creations. Like I love Titanicus. Like I love talking with the Titanic creations. Like I love seeing your stuff, Nathan. I love seeing everybody's original monsters. Like,
speaking of which, I know that probably the next episode of Giant Monster Workshop, I'm going to be having a whole new roster of people who have their own creations. Like even two of the guys on that team have asked me to do character reviews of their stuff. Like I am, oh my god, it's like I have one, two, three. I have like 4 or 5 people who have asked for reviews, and like that's like discounting the fact that I have like at least 4 other video ideas I want to do. So that's like 8 things of content I can do on the channel, and I'm still probably gonna keep doing this.
Yeah, well, my actually big question for you, Nathan, is what are your top 3 Apex organisms that you saw tonight?
Ooh, that's a good question, actually. So I will screen share again who my favorites are. So now we're back here. Oh my god, why do you do this to me, Henry?
Because I'm fun.
Okay, so where's Luska? Come here, Luska.
Luska will be right there.
Right there. I just love that design. The orange with this with Zot's red, as I call it, just looks really good. I love his ears, despite him being technically like aggressive and stuff. He looks really cute with his big flappy ears. So like he's cute but also terrifying. So he's number 1. Now where Baccarat, of course. Sea scorpions I have probably one of my most favorite kind of prehistoric animals that aren't like dinosaurs from that era. I love sea scorpions in all regards. So now 3. I want to be basic and say Tyrannus, because like I love my dinosaur monsters, but I really love Platypus.
No, Platypus is great. Also, yes, Platypus works in the Godzilla voice where you just go Platypus, and it's wonderful. It's just great. Like I would love to play as Platypus. Platypus would be like Baragon and save the Earth, and just like slap.
Or also another thing that
do poison damage.
Since I mentioned SCPs earlier, you ever heard of the game SCP Secret Laboratory?
Yes, I believe my friend Biscuit plays that on her stream sometimes.
If what's it called? If you got someone to do a lot of modeling and stuff, you could do something similar to SCP Secret Laboratory, except instead of randomly generated instead of a generated lab, you have a generated kind of foresty area or different maps, and you just have the giant monsters maybe in third person. So it like the camera provides a little bit of cover for people, and you maybe have like Apex, not Apex, Atlas and Cradle kind of going at it in sort of like an FPS format.
I mean, my personal dream, if like I had a fan ever, like if I could like work with anybody to bring like virtual fights to life, it would be the guy who's done like the Zilla versus Gorosaurus.
Verana.
And like, yeah, I would love him to do Apex fights, because like how he does the movements is what I want with these creatures. Like these are animals. These are not like going to be soup motions. This is not going to be like almost King of the Monster stuff. Like Zotz is going to be climbing around and just trying to figure out the best way to attack and get his prey. Platypus is going to be awkward and clumsy and like adorably hungry for everything. Like Ivy Rose is supposed to move like is a plant but moves like a snake. Like it's just all these behaviors, and like Tyrannus is a thinking dinosaur. Like, you know, these animals have existed. They are intelligent. Some of them are not so intelligent. Like Mars is not very smart, but Mars is also like just powerful.
He's a chonk.
Yeah, I mean the only reason why like Tyrannus gets an upper hand on him on land is because he starts to overheat because he's just so big. And it's just so much energy for him to move on land. So like he eventually like retreats into the water because it's just too much. And Tyrannus uses it as a victory because Mars just disappears because he's tired and doesn't want to keep fighting. You know, it's just one of those things where these animals are going to interact. Like, you know, the battle in Tokyo, Griff moves like a Nargacuga in Monster Hunter. And like, it's funny because I originally had Griff as a bipedal griffin. And then I was just looking at Microraptor and I was like, oh, what if I did that instead? And then I was like, oh, but what if he moved like Nargacuga? And then I was like, oh my God, what a fun monster design for Griff. Because now I'm like, Griff feels more alive to me because that's what I want. Because like he's based off my editor, Zach. You know, Griff is, you know, Zach is agile, intelligent, all sorts of stuff. So, you know, and we're good friends. So it's just a good time.
Also, I just noticed that where was it? One of the people I know, he had to sadly go. However, would you mind reading this out? There's a few inside jokes, but you mind reading this out as part of our big outro for us, please?
Okay. And but I want Kong to win. But so say okay. Mecha Zorgara beat Zogara to death. I don't know. I tried my best.
You did a good job. I thank you. Also, just for you, Scarf, big monkey must lose.
Oh God.
I'm sorry, but I'm a G stand till the end. I will stay by my lizard to beat the monkey. But do you have a famous outro for us, my friend?
Catch you guys on the flip.
And I would have to say thank you all for staying with us for the longest stream in Zimzilla Discourse history.
But hey, you guys got to see Apex organisms before everyone else, unless you join our Patreon, and then you can read more details. Go for it. It's fun. You get to do episodes with me. Please give me money.
And without further ado, I
catch you guys on the flip.
And I'll see you guys next time.
All right.